Dirter. Ontogeny.
Glue is cheap.
Tradoon. 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 Tradoon.
we now recognize that birds are dinosaurs, what I study is the long, deep evolution of birds from Mesozoic dinosaurs.
The very concept is unimaginable. Why, if that happened, we wouldn't have a chance. How could we possibly hope to fight them?
We couldn't, you're right. You're right, Mrs. Bundy.
Hurry up, children. Finish your lunch.
Are the birds gonna eat us, Mommy?
Birds have been on this planet since Archaeopteryx, 140 million years ago. Doesn't it seem odd that they'd wait all that time to start a war?
Who said anything about a war? All I said's...
Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals.
It is the most intelligent, adaptable, and successful hunter on the planet.
Look at the gap.
That's not bad for a quadruped. You gotta check your mirrors, just side of your eye. Side of your eye. Success.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back to Paleontologizing, and happy Thursday Birds Day to you. We're gonna have a fun one today, and today is an important stream, too. We are gonna be finalizing our questions for the great 2024 Paleontologizing Community Survey, which isn't just for kicks and giggles. I'm gonna be presenting on these data at the annual Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting, our big global meeting for vertebrate paleontology at the end of the month in Minneapolis. So I'm so glad you're here today. You're going to help me figure out which questions to ask and how to phrase them and everything else. We're going to be finalizing that survey today, so I'm so glad you're here. Anyway, if anybody's here for the very first time, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Hopefully, you already know that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. That's what I do. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. But I want you to know that paleontology is more than just dinosaurs. It's the study of ancient living things preserved in the rock record, the study of fossils in general. Everything from fossil bacteria to fossil whales, from fossil diatoms, these tiny photosynthetic marine organisms, to fossil redwood trees, and amphibians, and insects, and mammals, and crustaceans, and any living thing that left its remains in the rock record as a fossil, there's a paleontologist who studies that. It's not just dinosaurs. But I am a dinosaur paleontologist, so yeah. Yeah, and as a dinosaur paleontologist, I work on dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I talk about 5 days a week here on Twitch. And
ever though
Tone Rebellion.
Moment where it was kind of heartbreaking. I'm
No.
destroying. Never.
No, glue is cheap.
Twitch finally accepts my money.
Thank you, Tone Rebellion, for the 2 months of support. Thank you very, very much for that. Thanks for your persistence there with some technical snafus. I appreciate it. What was I saying? Oh yeah, during the summers, I'm out digging up dinosaurs.
And did we get another raid? This is fantastic. Welcome, raiders. Hello, hello. Fox Walks. How was your stream? I hope it was really good.
Oh, I met Fox Walks at TwitchCon this year.
Welcome to the earliest Cretaceous Cedar Mountain Formation, where we're digging up what is almost certainly a new kind of iguanodont dinosaur. I'm pretty excited.
Hear that lovely sound? There's some fieldwork ASMR for you. That's the jackhammer.
But I'm glad you're here. Welcome.
Let's get into the quarry here.
Isn't there some sort of machine that can see the fossils before digging? No, there isn't. That would certainly make our job easier if we had some sort of magical technology like that, but it's just not how it works.
Nope.
It's not like it is in Jurassic Park, you know, where they shoot that shotgun shell into the ground with that big machine.
Yeah.
And then, you know, it's measuring sound waves and, oh, there's the skeleton on the computer screen. It doesn't work like that at all.
Doesn't work that way.
That sort of technology has been tried, and it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Because what we're digging in here is rock. I mean, look at this. This is not soil. This is rock. These rocks are about 140 million years old. And the bone that we find in here is basically the same kind of density and consistency as the surrounding rock. At least to the extent where, like, a machine wouldn't be able to pick up the difference if you had, like, ground-penetrating radar or sonic imaging or something. It wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
Anywho, yeah. Fieldwork streams, some of my favorite. Anyway, today, we're doing Thursday Birds Day. Thank you, Victorious, for gifting a Gimpleg there.
One sub to Gimpleji.
I appreciate
they have
that.
given 209 gifts.
Thank you, Victorious, for gifting Gimpleg. I appreciate that very, very much. Yeah, we're going to be doing Thursday Birds Day later today, but before that, we're going to be getting started with our viewer survey, which I am very excited about. Like I said, at the end of the month, I'm going to be attending the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology annual meeting in Minneapolis, Minnesota. So we're actually going to be missing a whole week of streams because of this, but believe me, it is very well worth it. It's at scientific meetings like this that scientists like myself get to catch up on what is the cutting edge of our science. What is ongoing research? What are the new emerging areas of inquiry, new data, new discoveries, new ideas, new controversies? I'm so excited for this. It's been too many years since I've been to SVP, and I'm presenting two different presentations there. Two different bits of research. One of them is on the pace of dinosaur discovery and, you know, the factors that go into that. The other one is on Twitch live streaming. It's trying to convince my colleagues in fossil science that live streaming is a really effective means of science communication. So we're going to be talking all about these streams, and I need some data for this, so we're going to be conducting a viewer survey over the next week all about this. It'll go live today after we finish the questions. I would like your help with, shall we say, refining those questions. And then the survey will go live. We'll be collecting information for the next week. So, pretty excited about that. Yeah. and 1 page long, says Rakami. Something like that. It's going to be fairly short. Yeah. And maybe it will inspire a few more paleontologists to stream. We need more SciComm, says Lenina. Agreed. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And more people need to know about Twitch, especially within fossil science. And we'll actually have some good data here that I can present to my colleagues and say, hey, look at how many people became more interested in natural history because of these streams. You know? It's kind of the idea. And we definitely want more science on Twitch, too. Absolutely, yes. Anyway, let me scroll up to the top of chat, say hello to everybody, and we'll get this thing kicked off, shall we? Matt M33, hello to you. Kodali, I hope you're doing well. Niffler, howdy. I hope all is well. The Lenina, what's shaking with you, Lenina? It's good to see you. Scrolling. Fall Machine, is it tomorrow already? Nice. It's today, Fall Machine. Glad to have you here. Dr. Irrefutable, hello. Pandarius says hello. Right back at ya.
Mother of God!
My goodness.
Mother of God, why do we move next to this power plant? No! You can't have me, I'm a herpetologist! No!
Tiny Toxic Tofu?
Tiny Toxic
Well.
with a gigantic 106 strong raid.
Thank you. 106 viewers in this raid.
Just look at that thing. It's not going to be friendly to us.
And thank you for the 5 months of support. Really appreciate that, Tofu. Thank you for that. How are you, Tofu? It's wonderful to see you. Tofu, Tiny Toxic Tofu herself is a working scientist here on Twitch. She does some excellent science outreach, and that's what we're going to be talking about on today's broadcast as well. I'm doing a viewer survey, collecting data for a presentation at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology annual meeting, which is at the end of the month in Minneapolis. We've got a Prince-inspired logo right here. Yeah. Oh, it's too big. I can't even see it. Anyway, that's a Champsosaurus skull instead of a guitar. You get it? Anyway. I didn't make that. I just appreciate it. Anyway, Tofu, thank you for your raid. I really appreciate it. For anybody who's here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular, and I stream fossil science here on Twitch. We go over new discoveries, new scientific publications in fossil science. We were just talking about a brand new dinosaur genus and species described yesterday. Or rather, we went over it yesterday. It was described a couple days ago. But brand new. Hasn't even hit the popular press yet. During the summers, I dig up dinosaurs live on stream. I show you how we collect data in paleontology. Holy cow, what was that noise? Shoot, I know what that is. The Blue Angels, I think, are flying overhead. That's gotta be that. That sounds like a fighter jet. Here's a live cam from the Lawrence Hall of Science over the Berkeley Hills. We're not gonna pick it up here. But anyway, that must have been an F-18 Super Hornet fighter jet that I just heard. Sorry for being so distractible, but streaming from here in the San Francisco Bay Area, there's always something interesting going on, you know? Anywho. Good stuff. We had comments from M. Simplex Pachinko, Endless Deus, Phantom, Spooky One, Lint, Eulination, and Silverhawk VP. How are you all doing? Thank you for raiding in with Tiny Toxic Tofu. I appreciate you. It's good to see you. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And the Blue Angels. What? Yeah, the Blue Angels are a thankfully not armed group of U.S. Air Force pilots. Here, check this out. Here they are over San Francisco Bay. Last year. And that's got to be what I just heard overhead. I could hear it through the walls of the house and everything. But they perform remarkable aerobatics. Pretty extraordinary group of aviators. Yeah, and they're Navy. I'm sorry. It's the Thunderbirds that are Air Force. You're totally right, Mikey Likes. Yeah, there you go. Thunderbirds are Air Force, yep. Apologies. Yeah. Anyway. And Lordy says, grumble, grumble, taxpayer Monday, dangerous, I'm a grump. I mean, you're entitled to your opinion, Lordy. Lordy lives with me here. She was upstairs. Lordy, is that what it was? Was it fighter jets streaking overhead? Let me just say, we are extraordinarily lucky to live in a place where fighter jets screaming overhead means, oh, cool, there's an air show, and not, oh, cool, the American war machine is going to kill me and my family as collateral damage in the cause of U.S. imperialism. But anyway, yeah. Yeah. Don't rule anything out, says Jimbo Slice. Don't say that. What? I'm gonna get airstruck for doing science communication here on Twitch. Anyway. Victoria says, the most agreeable use of our military resources, if you ask me. That or... Holy cow. Back in the day... Let's see... I think I can find a clip of this. Let's see, it would have been in the early 90s. I think maybe here? Huh.
For a couple of good reasons.
On
Nova.
Yeah. PBS Nova. Here we go.
Tyrannosaurus Rex ever found is unearthed in Montana.
On U.S. Army Corps of Engineer land.
Of the dinosaurs.
There's no longer living legend Bob Harmon right there, whom I used to work with in the field. Bob was an absolute legend.
He's been the world's favorite for nearly a century, but also one of the least understood.
But the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers actually built a road
physical, shedding new light on some old mysteries.
To extract this fossil.
T-Rex exposed.
Here we go. I think this is... Yeah, it looks like it. This is the Wonkel Rex, so the same Tyrannosaurus that we have in our emotes here. Like these. Army Corps of Engineers, yeah, they are fantastic. Can't say enough good things about them. Yeah. Oh, there you go, Otter, do it. Yeah, yeah. And no, not like that, Tommy Plodicus. Oh! See that emblem there on the door of the truck? What is that? That is the logo for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Yeah, they do all kinds of cool peacetime stuff. And there is a big part of this Tyrannosaurus skeleton and this big protective plaster and burlap jacket. This protective cocoon that we build around these things in order to get them safely back to the laboratory. And there's the road that they built.
Late in the day, Tyrannosaurus Rex is on the move again. For the first time since the age of dinosaurs came to an end.
Yeah. Anyway, a wonderful example of a good thing that the U.S. military can do. The Corps of Engineers. Yeah. I wonder if this talks at all about the road that they built from the site, because it was in a really difficult place, and it would not be possible to have gotten these fossils out the way that they did if it weren't for that, you know?
Dinosaur digging is subject to all the usual hazards of life outdoors in the Badlands. But dinosaur people also have to cope with
Rattlesnake.
another distraction that follows them wherever they go.
Yeah, media.
For sure, this is what they did, because we can't see it.
A required skill for any paleontologist today is the
And
ability to
Murph.
face
Oh,
the
shoot.
cameras and feed the tremendous
No,
public
that's
appetite
a
for
good point,
information
Murph,
about
actually. I didn't even
dinosaurs.
think about that. They maintain the levees around New Orleans, right? Oh.
This T-Rex dig is the biggest dinosaur event of the year. And everyone from the Today Show to the Wall Street Journal is on the story.
Anywho, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers did help save the San Francisco Bay Area, however. In like a direct way. Here. We were actually going to do a live stream from here last Monday or Tuesday, I think it was. But unfortunately, they were closed. But take a look at this.
These days, if you want to simulate something in the physical world, you use a computer. But what if you couldn't? What if it was, say, the 1950s, and you needed to work out if a bold but questionable plan to dam the San Francisco Bay was a good idea? The answer is this: the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Bay Model.
Yep.
The Bay model is 1.5 acres or more. What you're looking at is one of our former
Incredible. This is,
hydrodynamic engineering testing.
I think, the largest model of its kind on the planet.
And this was the tool, the instrument that they used to see what the unforeseen consequences of the John Reber plan was going to be.
What's the John Reber plan?
In the 1940s and 50s, a man named John Reber had a plan to completely change the San Francisco Bay. Enormous dams would create freshwater lakes. There'd be brand new reclaimed land for industry and for air and naval bases. Reber said it would make the bay a defensible military fortification, move people safely inland, and the newly dammed rivers would provide huge amounts of drinking water. Reber was not a professional engineer. He was a theatrical producer who'd done a lot of research, but because he worked in showbiz, he knew how to promote something. And by most accounts, he was a friendly, sincere, convincing man. So, unlike other ideas for giant engineering projects, the Reber plan actually caught on. Debate went back and forth for years, but eventually, Reber's plan seemed realistic enough, at least to politicians, that the US Army Corps of Engineers were tasked to see if it was practical. And they were given $2.5 million, that's about $25 million today, to find out. And with it, they built this.
And it's still in existence. You can visit it.
Built was the next level, the next generation. It was extremely accurate as an instrument at the time. There really wasn't anything better. There's 250,000 strategically placed little copper tabs in the bottom of the model to keep the salt water and the fresh water from going in and out too quickly, but also to duplicate any little protrusions sticking up out of the bottom of the bay.
The model is 1 to 1,000 scale horizontally, 1 to 100 scale vertically, and 1 to 100 scale in time. That means about 200 times a day, the tide comes in and the tide goes out, because San Francisco Bay has tides, and therefore
estuary.
So is the model.
Everything was hand operated for the first 30 years. It took probably anywhere between 12 and 15 people to operate it. Sometimes there was as many as 60 people here at one time working on various different experiments, and everybody had to be totally in sync. It was like an orchestra. And the interns were out there in chairs, in lab coats.
The ultimate train set. Yeah, except there's no trains. Steely Dan, yeah. But scale model, yeah.
It took 3 years for Reber's plan to be tested here. And in that time, Reber passed away.
And SB, thank you for the 15 months.
15.5 meters.
I do really appreciate
Hello
that. Thank you,
everyone.
thank you.
Hope everyone is
SB.
doing well today.
Hope you're doing well too, SB. Thank you for keeping me online for the past 15 months. I appreciate you.
And for his supporters, the results from the model were devastating.
It looked great on paper, convinced a lot of people, but when it was tested, they found that it was only good on paper.
Yep.
The end
This is why, one of the reasons why we're watching this, really briefly, is because it speaks to what the scientific method is all about. Science is all about testing ideas. Something might sound cool, it might sound convincing, it might sound real. But we run experiments in science. We actually gather data the whole point is to test things as rigorously as we can. And this is a beautiful example of that, you know?
Devastating.
It looked great on paper, convinced a lot of people, but when it was tested, they found that it was only good on paper.
Yeah.
The end result was
Thank
a
the Lordy, yeah.
99 different accounts. Wild and unpredictable, catastrophic flooding was just one of them.
The dams wouldn't create lakes, they'd create evaporation ponds. The tide would create dangerous currents and waves. In short, not only would the Reba plan have been a disaster, it would have been $1 billion disaster.
Yeah.
The ecosystem would have been devastated too, but it was the 50s, so no one was really thinking about that. The Corps of Engineers, their job done, figured the model would come in useful again someday. And it did, helping to build smaller and more practical schemes across the bay for decades. These days, of course, computers can do all that for a fraction of the time and the money, but it's still a good educational resource. Last time I talked about a grand civil engineering scheme like this, about Hermann Zergel's Atlantropa, I said it was a testament to how big we can dream, but this model is a testament to something else, to science, to having a hypothesis, to testing it, and then when it fails, admitting that it's wrong.
Yeah.
There shouldn't be any shame in that.
That's
Sometimes we
science,
follow
you know?
good ideas. And changing your mind based on new evidence and allowing others to do the same is something our world should be built on.
Absolutely.
And it's exactly what this model made happen.
There you go. Yeah, I've got a lot of respect for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. They're not always as well funded as they should be, or as well led as they should be, but you know, I think they're on the right side of history in a lot of ways. And salute to this gal here, who she was there when I visited, and when Ios and Lordy visited with me, just a few months ago. She's awesome. Yeah, this is Linda Holm.
What you're looking at is one of our...
There we go. She is a park ranger for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Bay model. So big salute to her. If you go there and visit on any given day, chances are you'll run into her. This is in Sausalito, California, so just north, across the bay from San Francisco. You take the Golden Gate Bridge north from San Francisco, the Bay model is right there. This is our backup plan, where we were going to stream the other day, but it turned out they happened to be closed that day, so instead we just did a stream from, from the Golden Gate Bridge here.
So that is where I used to work. San Francisco's Presidio.
Anywho.
It is, strictly speaking, a national park. Once a U.S. Army base.
Yeah.
It's now a place for recreation and relaxation and education. That's where I used to
in
teach
San
kiddos,
Francisco.
Every weekday.
Yeah, good stuff. Anyway. Not many songs about dissing the Army Corps of Engineers. Yeah, they just, I don't know, they do good work. Anywho. Yeah. Speaking of doing good work, again, today, time to make one, says Gary and Kellis. Oh no. Today, we are going to be doing Thursday Birds Day later. Before that, we're going to be working on a presentation that I'll be doing for the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology annual meeting. Most of you are probably already aware of this, but I submitted an abstract, which was accepted. An abstract is like a short summary of research. It's often at the beginning of a paper, but also an abstract, it's a short summary that also includes your results, you know? It's just a synopsis of your research. There we go. And this is the one that I presented to SVP. Talking about doing paleontology live streams right here on Twitch. Live streaming as paleontological outreach. Lessons from 4 years of real-time fossil science broadcast. Let me just read it to you real quick, to give you a sense for what this is going to be about. I promise it's not going to be as boring as it sounds, but especially given that it involves Twitch here. Yeah. So, effective public outreach remains challenging in paleontology, especially with limited funding and few personnel, all in the midst of a changing cultural and media landscape. We, and that's me and Science Streams, Balint is a co-author on this. I wanted to add him as a co-author. I'll be getting a little bit of input from him without taking up too much of his time. We, me and Science Streams, posit that live streaming, the streaming of audio and video in real time to audiences over the internet, holds significant, untapped potential for public outreach in paleontology. While live streaming has become ubiquitous for topics such as sports and video games, the use of live streaming as a means of science communication is fairly new. After 4 years of paleontology broadcasts on the live streaming platform Twitch, perhaps you've heard of it, we offer an example in which online paleontological live streams have garnered significant viewership, fostered enthusiasm for paleontology, and improved audiences' understanding of fossil science concepts, and even amassed funding for fieldwork and research. The very nature of live streaming is what makes this possible. Real-time interaction between viewers and the broadcaster through the chat window provides a level of engagement not usually possible in traditional video formats, while allowing the broadcaster to answer questions and modify lessons to fit audience members' differing levels of subject matter knowledge. Furthermore, the use of relatively inexpensive solar power and satellite internet technology has allowed for the live streaming of fieldwork from remote regions, providing viewers with real-time views of paleontological excavations. Data collected through viewer surveys, like we're doing today, offers insight into audience makeup, highlighting the effectiveness of this medium in reaching new demographics. And numerous respondents stated that their decision to pursue scientific careers in science was a direct result of these live streams. I've been told this before. We don't have it in the surveys yet because we haven't done the surveys. But I know that there are stories there.
The world's first armored
And Dolan, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome.
completely covered with thin
It's good to have you here. Thanks for following. This further underlines the impact this form of science communication can have in educating the public and inspiring future generations of scientists. So that's the abstract that was accepted. This is what got me in there, and we'll be doing the survey today and collecting data for the next week. So yeah. And MS Coggins says, I can imagine all the scientists going, wait, funding? Please go on. Yes. But yeah. And Gamers Tavern Show, oh, I'm right there with you. Who brought up ChatGPT? Ugh. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Just about zero redeeming qualities for that piece of garbage, in my opinion. But yeah. Anyway. Not posted the survey. The survey's not done. We're going to be finishing that today, Jimbo Slice. In fact, we've got over 200 people in the chat right now. Let's start this up, shall we? And JP Procom Signathus, this is a 3D printed Dilophosaurus skull. There's only one real Dilophosaurus skull. Well, there's a couple, but the one that's actually like recognizable as Dilophosaurus with the crest and everything, there's only one in the entire world. And I saw it last Friday. Here, I got a photo right here. There it is, at the University of California Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley. That's part of it right there. So you're seeing part of the antorbital fenestra and the crest and the nares. So there's the snout, premaxillary tooth, nostril, antorbital fenestra, and crest. This is the only halfway decent Dilophosaurus skull in the entire world. Yeah. So yeah. And DMWing says, looks like the crest on the 3D printer inferred. There you go, DMWing. Absolutely, yes. This is what it looks like. Here, there's a lovely video about this by Brian Eng, which I would highly recommend. There we go. There it is. And there is the hand of University of California Museum of Paleontology Vertebrate Collections Manager and my old mentor, Dr. Patricia A. Holroyd there. Paleo salute to her. She's a big reason why I am where I am today. But this is that same skull. The same one that you see right here. There it is right there. This is the only Dilophosaurus skull of this size and quality in the entire world. There's basically like 3 specimens of Dilophosaurus, and they're all in Berkeley. So yeah, this is the original. And the skull is incredibly thin. Like, the crests are just...
The antorbital fenestra, that large window into the
potato chip thin
between the nose and eye sockets.
You could see light
in
through
skulls of theropod dinosaurs.
Look at how thin this is.
But
look at that. Look at that.
On the front, it becomes clear that the crest isn't separated from the antorbital fenestra at all.
Yeah.
It's an expansion of it.
Yep.
In fact, most non-bird theropod dinosaurs have small crests formed by the lacrimal and nasal bones in the same area. And almost all of these crests have hollow spaces inside of them, left by air sacs expanding from the antorbital fenestra up into the bony crest.
Yep, they're all full of air.
This is the holotype of Ceratosaurus.
Ceratosaurus nasicornis.
Nasicornis, not magnicornis.
Not
Keep it
magnicornis,
straight, yo.
Not dentisulcatus. And really, they're all the same thing. It turns out it's all ontogenic variation.
Yeah, there we go. Yes. You love to hear it, folks. It's just ontogenetic variation. Yeah.
Ontogeny.
Ontogeny. There you go, Steely Dan. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah. I love to hear that from a fellow researcher. Like, yeah, all these different species of Ceratosaurus that have been named. They're really just the same thing, just different growth stages. Yeah. Anywho. But yeah, Dilophosaurus here.
Dilophosaurus's crest is the result of taking this developmental pattern to a bizarre extreme and expanding those airspaces upward, so much so that we don't even know the full size and shape of Dilophosaurus's bony crests
because it's not complete.
The top edge isn't even preserved.
Yeah. Which kind of makes sense.
Lateral crushing of the fossils, it's also a bit unclear how many layers of thin-walled, air-filled bone actually make up each of the crests.
Yeah.
And the largest specimen with the best preserved crest has areas with thicker...
Look at that. Look at how incredibly thin that is. So there are big parts of this, like this here, where it's mostly glue, you know? They must have had to take, like, saran wrap and painter's tape and, like, stick it up against there and then pour glue over it to kind of bridge these different sections in order to be able to keep these, like, just wafer thin bits of bone from falling apart. You know? Just... it is incredibly thin, you know?
Bars of bone reinforcing the inside of the...
There's Pat right there holding it. Look at how thin that is. It's like a potato chip.
Yeah.
Or a potato crisp, you know, if you're from a Commonwealth country.
This might even be visible externally, but it's interesting to note.
Living bone is much more durable than brittle fossils.
Nuts.
And so much of the fossil crest is missing or crushed
there you go,
that
salamander,
it's hard
yeah.
to quantify exactly how strong the bone alone would have been.
But it would have been covered with carrots.
Dilophosaurus's crests would have been far more durable for another reason.
Yep.
Believe it or not, it's not just extinct dinosaurs that have thin, air-filled, bony crests.
Nope.
There are
modern birds
dozens of species of dinosaurs with similar crests that are still alive today.
Yeah, like cassowaries. We'll be talking more about this later, I bet you, for Thursday Birds Day. But anyway, the Dilophosaurus skull that I have here is a 3D print, and it is outdated. It is outdated. It's interesting stuff, you know? Somebody was asking about why did the Dilophosaurus in Jurassic Park spit poison? And that's kind of an old idea. It sort of stems from, again, to go back to Greg Paul's Predatory Dinosaurs of the World book, from 1988, I think it was. Right here. Michael Crichton was referencing this when he was writing his novel Jurassic Park. I'm pretty sure the Dilophosaurus entry talks about how delicate the skull would have been, and how the animal must have been a scavenger or otherwise had some sort of other adaptation. 268 to 270 for subduing prey. Here we go. Dilophosaurus. There we go. Yep, UCMP, University of California Museum of Paleontology. There we go. Type and best specimen. It is odd how extreme the kink between the premaxilla and maxilla is, and that the nostrils are placed further back than in other theropods. Some believe the snout was too weak for attacking prey, which Samuels actually writes about this in one of his papers, which has been taken to mean that Dilophosaurus either used its feet to kill or scavenged for food, but as I explained above, the tip of the snout is better braced than previously thought. In any case, true terrestrial scavenging animals are a myth. Blah, blah, blah. Snout was also highly mobile. Yeah, there might be... I don't know. Maybe it wasn't from here, but maybe it was from Sam Wells's paper. Was this suggestion that, like, Dilophosaurus is such a big animal, but it had such weak jaws. How did it catch its prey? It's that probably prompted Michael Crichton to make his Dilophosaurus venomous in the novel, you know? But anyway. And DM Wing, that whole Henry Ruth, that wasn't until, like, Jurassic World later on. That's, like, fans and people later on, like, trying to justify decisions that were made for other reasons. You know, that's all... It's revisionism, I'll say. You know? But, yeah... and there you go, Gamers Tavern Show, yeah. Yeah... And there you go, Gamer. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, and Michael Crichton had some pretty wacky ideas about different scientific fields as well. Like, veering pretty heavily and decisively into pseudoscience in a few places. Look at his novel State of Fear as an example. But anyway, yeah, I've got mixed feelings about Crichton as an author, especially later on, you know? Later on in age, he definitely goes astray in a lot of places. Yeah. And there you go, DM Wing, yeah, yeah. And why is that skull outdated and what other parts are wrong? Well, parts of this are inferred, because again... This is the actual skull right here. So, the crest is mostly inferred on our Dilophosaurus. Big parts of the skull are... If you want a decent picture of what Dilophosaurus' skull would have looked like, I'd say it'd probably be something like...
The main bone, the
oh, come on. That's frustrating that when you scrub through like this. There we go. It would probably be more like this. This is kind of the best estimate that we have for what Dilophosaurus would have actually looked like at present. So compare that to this. You got it? Yeah. Anywho. Realizing that the crests are more of like an extension of the projections off of the lacrimal bones. rather than whatever this is, you know? Yeah. Yeah. And what are the function of the crests? For display, maybe for helping cool the animal. It might have something to do with thermoregulation. It might also have something to do with vocalization, potentially. But we'll get back into this in a little bit, I think. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You're not doing so badly yourself for a paleontologist.
Well, thank you, thank you. Mandovice24, I appreciate the kind words, and I appreciate the follow, too. How you doing? Good to have you here. Let me put this back. There we go. And, yeah. And Gary and Kella says, the crest makes it look big and menacing, like how some animals puff themselves up. No, maybe to a certain extent, but it's probably more for showing off to members of its own species. In the same way that it is in critters like cassowaries.
Species of dinosaurs with similar crests that are still alive today.
Yeah, very similar construction in the crest. We call the casque of a cassowary.
Air-filled bony crests connected to their sinuses, and all of them sheathe their
hornbills too.
Keratin, the same hard, horny material that makes up birds' beaks.
Yeah.
Keratin is a remarkably durable material. So much.
We were talking about keratin yesterday.
Cassowaries can safely run through dense jungles at full speed. Some large hornbill species actually fight with their hollow crests. And some parts of these hornbill crests barely have any bone supporting them at all.
Yeah.
The keratinous covering also significantly enlarges the size of the crest in life. In some birds, the keratin expands the size of the crest up to 1.5 times the size of the underlying bony crest.
Yeah.
Keratin can also be grown in any color. Thus, these showy crests play an important role in species recognition and sexual display, helping birds to communicate and attract mates. But they have other functions as well. One recent study demonstrated that cassowary crests are an important structure for thermal regulation.
Yep, helping cool the brain.
By flushing the air-filled crest with blood, cassowaries can offload excess heat, which helps to keep their brains cool in the hot tropical climate where they live.
Pretty cool.
The hollow casques of hornbills
literally
also help to amplify their calls. And because the air sacs throughout birds' bodies are connected back to their lungs, these air sacs help them to be highly efficient at absorbing oxygen while retaining water when they breathe.
Yep. Neat stuff. Birds, of course, are living dinosaurs. We've known this for a good while now. Basically since, I don't know, the turn of the century. The turn of the 21st century. We've known this for about the past quarter century for certain, that birds are living dinosaurs. They evolved from dinosaur ancestors. Oh yeah. Yeah. Definitely wary of that casque. Cassowary, perhaps. Anyway. Good stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Somebody was asking if the dinosaurs in Jurassic Park are too big. It depends which one you're talking about. The Dilophosaurus is actually way too small. And before you go, oh, well, it's supposed to be a juvenile, nowhere in the movie do they state that. There's no reason to think that that's true, except for trying to, like, defend the movies. The actual reason is, the real reason is that Dilophosaurus... The producers of the film were worried that the audience would get Dilophosaurus mixed up with the raptors, Deinonychus, aka Velociraptor in the film. And so they wanted to differentiate them in size. But here we go. Jurassic Park Spitter versus real Dilophosaurus. Real Dilophosaurus is a lot larger. This is a big animal, you know? At the time that it lived, it might have been the largest terrestrial predator ever. It's a big one, for sure. Not a small critter. Not a small critter. Why are all these on Reddit? That's so annoying. Minus Reddit. Reddit has like a weird format where it won't let me embiggen the images properly. There we go. This is what I'm looking for. Yeah. So there's the one from the film. There's actual Dilophosaurus right there. Actually sized. And they may have even gotten bigger than this, too. We've only got a handful of specimens, like 3. The odds that we've got the very biggest, like maximum size for a Dilophosaurus preserved there are almost nil. So chances are the animal is larger than that at full size. You know? So yeah. Yeah. Where do you put the saddle? You put it on the ground and you run away as fast as you can, Jimbo Slice. That's what you do. Yeah. And Rax the Pigeon wants to know, could Dilophosaurus have had feathers? Here it is depicted with feathers. We don't know whether these animals had feathers. We don't know when exactly dinosaurs first evolved feathers.
If the situation calls for
I hear that.
protection,
I think I hear the Blue Angels again.
spears which projected from
Remember N, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Hello, Raptor. Hello, Newman, says Kennedy. Yes. Yeah. And Victoria says, surely that skull is too frail to bite you. Oh yeah, keep believing that. Yeah. And it is a pretty basal theropod. There's some dispute as to where exactly Dilophosaurus belongs. Early on, people like Greg Paul thought that it was closely related to Spinosaurids, given the subrostral notch and some other things going on like that. But, yeah.
Dinosaurs came in all shapes and sizes.
Pigeon Being, thank you for the follow. Pigeons today are living dinosaurs. Pigeons are birds, and birds evolved from dinosaurs. Birds are dinosaurs. So yeah, anyway. We don't know exactly when and where feathers evolved within Dinosauria. There is a chance that feathers predate the ancestors of the dinosaurs. The ancestry of all the dinosaurs, like that common dinosaur ancestor. It could be that that feathers go back to the very, very first dinosaurs and beyond. You see that idea reflected in books like this. Lovely popular book on dinosaurs called In the Presence of Dinosaurs. Illustrations by Larry Felder, forward by Jack Horner, text by John Colagranda. Here's Eoraptor right here, the earliest dinosaur we have thus far. And there it is covered with feathers in this illustration. Likewise, the Dilophosaurus later on in this book also covered in feathers. I really love these Dilophosaurus illustrations. I think they're really beautiful. Yeah, kind of simple hair-like filamentous feathers. Almost like on a kiwi bird today. Another flightless theropod. Yeah. They're pretty cool. We don't have fossil feathers on these animals. We don't have any kind of fossilized body covering. We don't have skin, we don't have feathers, we don't have keratin. I kind of suspect they did have feathers. But we don't have super strong evidence either way at this point. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. I'd be cruising right around it. There you go, Claire. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what's going on. Yeah. And Mando Vice says, that is crazy. The Dilophosaurus in Jurassic Park was depicted as a smaller dinosaur? Yep. Because they didn't want audiences to get it mixed up with the raptors, which were portrayed as too large. Actual Velociraptor is a lot smaller than the ones depicted in the movie. We talked about this a while ago on Deinonychus Discovery Day. But I'll see if I can find you that image. And I posted this to Twitter a long time ago. This would have been... Dude, back in 2018, I think? Let's see if I can find that. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Here, I drew this. But there is actual size for a velociraptor. The velociraptors in Jurassic Park are actually based on another dinosaur called Deinonychus, which is larger. There we go. Deinonychus. They got a bit bigger than this too, it seems. There it is in green. Deinonychus. Yeah. But they had to make it even bigger than this in the movie because of technical constraints. Is it here? It's not this one. It's... Here, I'm finding it for you. Here we go. They needed to make it bigger so they could fit a person inside the suit. That's why they had to make them bigger than they're described in the book. Does that make sense?
So what we're looking at here is a 1/5 scale model to test the proof of concept of putting a man inside of a raptor suit. And the
there you
man
go.
that you're seeing right now is a model of me.
Lunia Rose says, didn't they make the raptors look like Utah raptors because they thought it wouldn't be as scary? No. Utah Raptor wasn't known at the time. Utah Raptor was officially published, I think it was like a week before the film premiered, or maybe a week after. I forget, but it was the same year. It was in 1993. They'd been working on this since like 1989. You know, all of this stuff. This is years in the making, and the reason why they made the raptors bigger was because they needed to fit a person inside.
John Rosengrant. I was inside the raptor costume, along with Mark Crash McCreary. He was in another raptor. And what you're looking at right now is what the girls are doing is they're cutting up out of foam and L200 a mock-up or
girls, those are women, dude.
Garbage bag test
anyway
of raptor, and I call it a garbage bag test because that dates back to when we did Aliens for Jim Cameron. We actually constructed a queen alien full size out of garbage bags and foam core similar to this. But to prove that...
And Mando, I'm glad you enjoy this. I think this is super
cool. What we're doing right here is the same thing. It's just a little bit more elaborate version. And if you frame out this figure from about the knees down, you can kind of see how it was going to be used. And in the film, there's several scenes where it's used. There's two of them walking in the kitchen, and we did exactly what we're talking about, framing it out from the knees down.
What's nuts is some of these are only used in a couple shots, you know? All that work for such brief screen time.
So it's very organic and it was very mobile.
And I wish they'd gotten the wrists right too. It's got Mr. Burns wrists.
All the ways to make this stuff work. Right now you're looking at a kind of an elaborate test of a neck mechanism that Stan had come up with. It was very clever. You can see Stan's kind of working on, with me, part of this chicken head bird-like movement. And inside of it, I actually had rods that controlled the basic head move and tilt and turn. And so all of this was being refined during this process. And the idea was that the eyes and the jaw and the arms on it would end up being radio controlled. But here's the beginnings of getting that sort of bird-like head movement. Crash and Stan are joking around with, but what we were doing is trying to work out the range of movement. And Stan's doing other things. Always the joker. But At this point, what you're saying is Crash and I would train together and get ready for this. But at this point, there's rough skins on this. We're really starting to refine, how it's going to work, get control.
Anyway, that's the point. Is the reason they had to make it bigger was to be able to fit a person inside.
Where I step in the doorway, and it stands up and it starts hooting for the other raptor to come in the kitchen.
There you go, Lenina. I agree. Yeah.
With the paint is getting, closer and more finalized, starting to look like something at this point. And later we ended up getting the RC arms working to get a bit of motion there. We got a bit of blink. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed this exclusive peek behind the scenes into
pretty cool
the making of the Raptor suit for Jurassic Park. It's fun for me to look at this after all these years. It was quite a personal challenge, physically very demanding to be in these suits, but very rewarding to be part of this groundbreaking historic film.
Now, we did something very, very similar. Well, more scientifically accurate. At TwitchCon with Ms. Velia. Here we go.
Graciously, let's do this and cool down for a little bit. But who's in chat? Oh, and can we introduce you to Yogurt? Yogurt Garrel has very kindly agreed to be our camera operator for today's stream. So Yogurt Garrel, longtime community member, and of course, come on over. Yeah. Yeah. You ever met a Velociraptor before?
Yeah? I'm really looking forward to bringing her to various different museum events and stuff like that in the near future.
Ambassador today, teaching people that dinosaurs like this had feathers. So, yeah. Here, let's go. No, right? Velociraptor. Yeah.
So this is at TwitchCon a couple weeks ago.
A lot of people don't realize that dinosaurs like this had feathers, that they're very closely related to birds. So she's kind of our ambassador for today, kind of doing some education. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Thanks.
That's awesome.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
And how did I choose that coloring? Well, a velociraptor like this is a desert animal. They're from Mongolia. What happened with our lights here? What the heck? That was bizarre. Anywho. There we go.
Is a new family of velociraptors.
Yeah. So a lot of desert animals tend to be kind of brownish. Sometimes they have streaks of orange on them if they want to be a little bit more flashy.
Just a few weeks old.
And they're usually light colored underneath. Desert animals tend to live in open environments. They've got kind of abrupt counter shading with a transition low down on the body. Yeah, little baby velociraptors here. Look at their big heads and their big eyes.
It might seem that in such a barren place, they face an uncertain future. Their survival relies on a strange event, not here, but miles from their home.
Yeah, migrations of other dinosaurs.
Velociraptors are waiting.
One of my only criticisms of Prehistoric Planet, an otherwise brilliant series,
have waited for,
is that a lot of their dinosaurs are too drab-colored, in my opinion. These are animals with full-color vision. They would have been just as vibrant as many modern birds, I think.
Spring their ambush.
They're all a little too dull gray. I think that might be like the... the personal preference of Darren Naish, the lead paleontologist on the
Working
project.
together, they have secured a meal for
But
the whole
it's a matter of opinion, you know? Yeah.
And for the velociraptors, the perfect time to start a family.
Oh. Anywho, that's why I colored Velia the way that I did. Also, she should be eye-catching, you know?
Anyway, let me see who else is in the chat right now. And I might take this other glove off.
And Tone Rebellion. Yeah, we don't really have any super strong evidence that any dromaeosaurs were pack hunters. But some of them probably were, you know?
Yeah. And Frozen Obscurity says, is Velia hungry for some TwitchCon popcorn? Don't tell her about that. You didn't hear that. All right? She doesn't need to eat more today. She's already chasing after squirrels and everything on the way here. But, yeah, anyway, it's good to see everybody. Crimson Carnotaurus, hello to you. Hope you're doing well. Graciously agreed to be our...
Whoop. Oh, shoot. How did I... These hotkeys on YouTube.
Yeah, she's a velociraptor.
Let's get to walking around a little bit.
It's nice to meet you. Velia, would you like to pick a card?
Anyway.
Right here.
Oh, there's Ms. Yvette right there. They did have popcorn at TwitchCon.
She's doing
Yeah.
really well here. I'm proud of her so far. Hasn't had any freakouts or anything. So, yeah, she's doing... Is there anything in chat? That's possible.
Anywho. And where is she now? She's here in my house, Jay Courts. She's sleeping at the moment. She likes to, you know, she runs around at night. Try to keep her inside, away from the neighborhood cats. Yeah. Anywho, this is a ton of fun. I'll see if I can bring it to TwitchCon next year, too.
Yeah. Walk around over there.
Anyway, shout out to Yogurt Garrel for doing our camera work for this. She did a wonderful job. And Ms. Yvette was passing out stickers and business cards and stuff. It was excellent. Yeah, this is at TwitchCon just a couple weeks ago, Amanda Vice. Yeah. How heavy was she? Surprisingly light. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. Cool stuff. How do your cats get along with Velia? They mostly give her a wide berth, which is good, you know? And Lenina says, I'm trying to talk Blue into coming out there next year. That would be pretty cool, Lenina. That would be pretty cool. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Oh, and Miss Yvette, let me correct that. Those are not my cats. They're just cats who live here, and they are my landlords. I cannot claim ownership over them. Yeah. And DM Wing, so many people made that joke. Absolutely, yes. We might even catch that. If we watch the VOD for long enough, you'll see that.
How's it going? Ever met a velociraptor before?
No, is he friendly?
Usually, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'll let you smell me first. There we go. Oh, I'm sorry. Is it the perfume? Oh, you're so cute. Oh my god.
So this is Velia. She's our velociraptor ambassador for today.
How
A lot of people don't realize these dinosaurs had feathers all over their bodies,
Yeah.
so she's doing some good work kind of showing people that in person.
You're such a good girl. Look at you, so social. I'm gonna cry. You saw that right now. I'm gonna cry. Thank you for letting
You're
me
welcome,
be here.
yeah.
Bye.
Yeah.
So it's one thing to tell people that dinosaurs had feathers. It's another thing to show them and interact with them with a feathered dinosaur, you know? That's why we've got Velia. Yeah. Anywho. Good stuff. I'm looking forward to bringing her to some museum events and stuff like that coming up. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be real good. Anywho. Let's get back to this. We need to get our community survey done here because I'm going to be presenting some research. Here's the abstract. At the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting at the end of the month. And let's just go ahead and get started with this, shall we? Here. Let me pull up my poster template. There we go. Yeah. So, I'm going to be doing 2 different poster presentations at SVP, and one of them is about science outreach here on Twitch. This is the template I put together. Next week, we'll be designing some of these posters live on stream. But right now, let's go ahead and start in with our Paleontologizing Community Survey 2024. Here it is right here. Let me embiggen this a bit so you can see it better. There we go. So, I'm going to be presenting about my science outreach here on Twitch to my paleontologist colleagues at SVP this year. And in order to do that, I figured it would be good to actually generate some data from the community. Figure out what is the audience like, what are the demographics, and what are some viewing habits, preferences, favorite parts of the stream, lots of little quotes like that, from the community. All of this is going to be good data. So we're going to be working on this survey questionnaire right now. Then, when we finish it, it'll go live. You can answer it. It'll be live through next week. Maybe through next Thursday, I think. And then I'll have the data that I need to put on the poster and be able to talk to my colleagues about doing paleontological live streams on Twitch. So yeah. Anyway, yeah. So, I've got a number of questions done already, but I'm going to be asking for feedback on those, and now is your opportunity to help me refine this in order to make a better survey questionnaire. Yeah. You'll get to fill out the survey soon, Deathsaurus. I'll provide links when it's done. It's not done yet. We're refining it right now. But we'll have links in the chat and stuff like that. Yeah. And Miss Yvette says, great, I love surveys. Why? I don't know. Well, because surveys give you an opportunity to make your voice heard. To take what makes you special as an individual and share that in a way that actually affects things in some way, you know? That's why I like surveys. So yeah. Anywho. Gonna write a little blurb right here. Let's see. Welcome to our community survey. Danny here.
They're never found complete. They're always missing bones, missing parts.
Lil Brown, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Appreciate you. There we go. Welcome to our community survey. The data we gather here will help form the basis for my presentation at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology at the end of the month, at the end of October, I should say. And it's pretty important for helping communicate the importance of live streaming to my paleontologist colleagues. Importance of live streaming as a means of science communication to my paleontologist colleagues. Thank you so much for agreeing to participate. I value your feedback tremendously. Please answer these questions thoughtfully and honestly. And thank you so much for agreeing to participate. I value your feedback tremendously. These data can be anonymous if you wish, and many of the questions are optional. Let's get started. There we go. So, let's get into it right here. I've got some demographic questions already drafted up. If you see anything that you think might be able to use a little bit of refinement, or anything that you think might be important that I might have missed, do not hesitate to tell me. This is live feedback right here. You're helping draft up these questions. I've tried to be as thoughtful as I could be about these so far, but some of these definitely could use some refinement, I am sure. So yeah. Get out the dictionary time says no, it's not going to be that simple. The dictionary level stuff, hopefully, we've already covered. This is going to be a little bit more in depth, more nuance in here, that kind of thing. Yeah. First question is, what's your Twitch username? And this is very much optional. Simply leave this blank if you wish to keep your answers anonymous. I want to respect viewers' anonymity, responders' anonymity, if they would like that. If they would like that, you know? I don't want to put anybody on the spot. If you don't wish to identify yourself, that is 1,000,000% okay. And with that said, a bunch of the questions are also optional, too. Which country do you watch from? I feel like nationality here is a good thing to ask about. That's gonna be important information just for curiosity's sake, but also in communicating to my colleagues at SVP, since SVP is a global meeting, just communicating to them where most of the viewership is from, I think is, I feel like that's important. If we can emphasize that this is international. Yeah. And Shirtle, first time seeing something like this on Twitch, sounds awesome. Thank you. Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. You came in kind of a weird time, but I'm glad you're here. Stick around. We're doing drafting up a community survey right now, and I'll be using data from this for a presentation.
It's a dinosaur.
And thank you, Shirtle3D, for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. And actually, Shirtle, you've already helped out. Thank you for that. That is a question that we should answer. Yeah. Streaming-related questions. Here we go. How do you find out about... so, how did you discover paleontologizing? Let's do multiple choice here. From a raid. Front page. Let's see. Friends, family, word of mouth. What are some other options? Emote tracing. There we go. Let's see. Noticing emotes and other channels. Yeah. YouTube. Thank you, Dr. Tara. Let's see. Add option. YouTube. And then we'll do other social media as an option, too. Yeah. Let's see. Another channel rated into paleontologizing, or paleontologizing rated another channel. Or how about I was brought in from another channel on a raid. There we go. Yeah. I was browsing a category. We'll have that too. Twitch recommended channels. Okay. On TwitchCon, Zoo, Museum Encounter. I feel like those are a little bit more rare, but yeah. Here. I'll put it on there anyway. IRL Encounter, TwitchCon, Museum, etc. I'll put that in there. Yeah. You found a fan promoting the stream with an airplane banner. There you go, Carnotaurus. Yeah. Yeah. And Kawaisapod says, what if we just search for paleontology content on the internet? Was that you, Kawaisapod? Is that actually how you found the channel? I would... Huh. I kind of get the impression that most people who watch are already Twitch users, and they're unlikely to come from other parts of the internet, but... Maybe you already were. Oh, yes, okay. Let's see. Let's see. From a search engine outside of Twitch. Yeah. I didn't realize there were so many here. This is great. This is why we're doing this live, you know? And oh, from Steam, because of your promotion on with Dinosaur Fossil Hunter. Yeah, that's interesting too. Yeah, well, there is an other option where you can provide a free response. Like, you can type in your own response, so I think we'll probably leave that like that. But yeah. Anyway. But I feel like that's pretty good. How did you discover paleontologizing? And having that right up here, I think, is good. That's a good placement for it, right up near the top. Yeah. Someone might have seen you on the BBC. I've never had anyone say that they've seen me on the BBC, particularly because that wasn't the BBC, Claire. That was GB News. Yeah, which is, as I understand it, kind of England's equivalent to Fox News. Yeah.
Welcome back. In the world of dinosaur
That's
bones,
funny. I just saw Michael Portillo in a clip from the 90s.
a skeleton of a Tyrannosaurus
on
rex
another
named
news
Shen
station.
was due to
Yeah.
be auctioned with appropriate hype in Hong Kong this coming week.
Anyway.
Replicated fossil waterhouse, who hosts Northern California. Daniel, meet you again.
Yeah, nice to see you, Michael.
And from Northern California, dinosaur paleontologist Danny Anduza, who hosts Paleontologizing, which can be viewed on Twitch.
I actually need to grab this and take some clips from it and use that for some of our new channel trailer videos and stuff like that too. And there you go, Sayan VZ. I know they don't have a great reputation, but I had a good experience with them here. And I was going into this, I'd done a little bit of background reading, and I'm like, GB News is pretty right-wing coded. I thought that this was going to be a fight. I thought that I was going to have to defend that idea that, you know, dinosaur fossils, if they're scientifically important, they belong in museums and not on some wealthy person's mantelpiece. But Michael Portillo was absolutely on the side of paleontology in this story. It was beautiful. And so I was really happy about that.
Dinosaurs here, but we do have
Yeah.
to look after. I know what sites of special scientific.
Yeah.
Here in the United States.
To Danny for a moment. Danny, in the United States, do you have a proper legal environment to protect these bones and fossils?
It's a little... Anyway, I'll give you a link to this. But, welcome. Say en VZ. It's good to have you here.
And it's therefore likely that we're here today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
Anakin Gabriel,
Learning so much.
thank you for the 11 months. I really appreciate that. Thank you kindly for keeping me online for this long. Thank you very, very much. I'm glad you're here because our survey that we're putting together, I want your voice in this, so yeah. And say on this says, glad to see they're actually open to listening to experts when it comes to paleontology. Yeah, Michael Portillo was great. Respect, you know. It's interesting that the like right-wing news station in the UK is about equivalent to like maybe MSNBC in the US. The US is so incredibly right-wing. It's insane sometimes. But yeah, I don't know. The Democratic Party is like far more conservative than the Tories are in the UK in a lot of ways. But don't get me started on that. Yeah. And there you go, Gamers Tavern Show. I'm well familiar with this. Oh yeah. They do the same thing for science, but like far more egregiously. It's oh boy. Don't get me started. Yeah. Working on our community survey here. Let's continue with this. Which country do you watch from? I was gonna add a thing about which state or territory or province, prefecture, etc., but I almost feel like that's too specific. I don't know. And game over? I do have that. We'll get to that later on. It's already on there. Yeah. An interesting Golganek. That's super cool. Hence all of your otter emotes. I love that Golganek. Yeah. And country is enough for this? Thank you, Lenina. Yeah. How old are you? Let me make sure I have the numbers correct. 13 is the lowest age you're supposed to be on Twitch. 13 to 17, 18 to 24, 25 to 30, 31 to 45, 46 to 55, 56 to 70.
More dinosaurs.
Seonviz, thank you for the follow. You have a preferred name a preferred way I should say your name, by the way? Let me know. I want to address everyone the way they would like to be addressed. Thank you for the follow. Yeah. Hersman Carnotaurus, since I thought MSNBC was left-leaning news, I mean, by American standards, yes. They would be very conservative almost anywhere else in the world. But yeah. Anyway. But yeah. And Beldernick, there you go. Yeah. And what country has an open question? It is Blue Tongue Ferret. Yep. Short answer text. Yeah. Yeah. And most of these also have a prefer not to say. Basically anything that's got an asterisk after it, like that's a required question, there's a prefer not to say answer, which I think is important. Yeah. And Gamers Tavern Show, I'm very familiar with the concept of the Overton window. Are you talking about like a specific website or something? But I'm very familiar with the concept of like what is considered socially acceptable, how that shifts over time, all that stuff. Yeah. But yeah. And Spartan, I appreciate that. But shoot. If you save the responses for the survey. I really want to hear from you in this in a way that's going to be preserved, you know, a way that we can use, you know? Yeah. Yeah, gender identity is pretty straightforward. Maybe not super important, but interesting at least. Current level of formal education. I feel like this is going to be a bit more important for when I'm talking to my colleagues and they ask me, well, you know, everyone that follows your streams and watches these broadcasts, they're all people who are intensely interested in science, right? And they've at least got an undergraduate degree? Like, I don't know. I kind of suspect that's not the case. It'd be nice to know for sure. You know? But yeah. 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 Do you identify as disabled? I know this was really important for certain members of the community to answer, so I put the question in there too. It is not only not required, but you can also say prefer not to say. And then we've got streaming related questions. But before we get into that, any other demographic questions that anybody thinks that we should include here? Anything else that you think might be important about people's identity or something like that? We already have nationality, level of education, that sort of thing. I could ask whether or not people...
Dig up dinosaurs?
Whoop.
Wow.
Wow. Pyro Kitty's Tavern.
Their 5 raiders want to know what it's like.
How you doing, Kitty? Welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. How was your stream? I hope it was real good. Hello. Tell me how it went, if you don't mind. Just sharing. We'd love to hear about it. But yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. But yeah. And there are definitely Brits and Aussies in here. Other people from Commonwealth countries too, Kennedy. That's why I tried to be... I haven't looked up, like... What is the British equivalent of high school? And I learned it's called secondary school. Again, I'm trying to be as inclusive as possible here, you know? Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, and we already have age range as well. Already got that. There, Spartan. Yep. Yep. For sure. Oh, and Eki, that is brilliant. That's really, really good. Yes, this is exactly what I'm looking for. Whether English is a primary or secondary language for viewers. I love that. I love that. Yes. Is English your primary / first language? Yes, no. Other. I feel like that's good, and I feel like a required question, I like that. I like that a lot. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Beautiful. Thank you, Eki. Good stuff. Or tertiary. Or quaternary. Or pentenary. Maybe when were you introduced to dinosaurs or paleontology? I kind of have that down below in the streaming questions, but I like where your head's at there, Spy. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Oh, wait, and somebody was saying I spelled something incorrectly somewhere. Where was that? TwitchCon. Yeah, thank you. That's what it was. Somehow I left out the T. Yeah. And I should change that. Not everybody knows what IRL means. Here, I'll put in person encounter at TwitchCon, museum, etc. For how did you discover paleontologizing? How did you first discover paleontologizing? But yeah. Pumpkin and Cat says, what is other here? I think if somebody wants to have a response for like, well, I learned English and Spanish simultaneously as a child, or, I was nonverbal until the age of 60, or I was raised by wolves, or whatever somebody's personal experience might be, I want them to be able to express that here, I don't anticipate getting a lot of others there. Also, you can put what your first language is there if you want to, Yeah. Here, other, I don't know if it'll let me. I think other is just the way that this form works. I don't think I can put please specify. I think other just means they can type in a response. Yes. No. I love how automatically it just goes, maybe. If you're real cagey about it. That's not what I want, Google Forms. Don't put that automatically. That's funny. I might or I might not. Yeah. Yeah, who's asking? I'm not telling, Can you repeat the question? There you go, yeah. Yeah. None of your business, says Die Thumbs. Yeah. 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 Yeah, I'd like to speak to a lawyer. I plead the third, I don't want British troops quartered in my domicile. Yeah. Gender identity, level of formal education, disabled. Anyway, any other demographic questions that people can think of? I think we're pretty well covered here. But if you can think of anything else, do let me know. I'll give it just another minute here. Question about neurodivergence. I don't think. I don't want to get too granular with that, with like personal information. I think we'll probably leave that off for now. There's going to be a lot of places later on in this with like follow-up questions where if you want to tell your story about how you got engaged with the channel and everything else, you can absolutely share anything at all about you like that. That's kind of pertinent to your story as a viewer and a community member. So yeah, I do feel like we've got a lot of room there for that. That's the idea. So yeah. Please show gender ID again. Okay, Golganek. There we go. Yeah. I already got some feedback on this from somebody I trust, so I think we're probably going to keep it this way. But yeah. But yeah. Good? Alright, thanks, Golganek. Excellent. Yeah. And his favorite dinosaur in the questions. It could be Diatoms. In fact, we should do that. Shoot. Yeah. What is your favorite dinosaur? Short answer. I like that. And we'll move that to the end of the demographic ones. There we go. Yeah. I like that. Thank you, Diatoms. Good stuff. Yeah. And Gamers Tavern Show, that's not what I'm intending at all there, and I was specifically told to include that as an option in order to be more inclusive. So yeah. Anyway, what if you have 3 favorites? Then you can type them in. It's a short answer, not a one-word answer. Yeah. But yeah. And there you go, Golganek. Yes, good. Yeah. Someone proceeds to put in a non-dinosaur. Yeah, do not put in Dimetrodon. For the love of Godzilla, do not put in Dimetrodon. Holy cow.
Just getting ready
Trajun.
to carve up this pumpkin. I thought everybody's going to be expecting me to do a dinosaur. So I'm going to buck expectations a little bit and do something that is distinctly not a dinosaur and make it be about not being a dinosaur. Who can tell me what that is? Dimetrodon, there you go. Yeah, Dimetrodon. This critter is more closely related to you and me than it is to any dinosaur, which is pretty cool to think about. These are very, very charismatic animals. You see them
Pteranodon.
in all kinds of assorted plastic dinosaurs boxes.
Or Dimorphodon, there you go, Steely Dan, yeah.
But they're not dinosaurs. These predate the dinosaurs by, probably a solid 60 million years. Let's go ahead and...
right? 60? They're from the early Permian.
Carving. First thing that I've got to do for this is carve out the top. Unfortunately, I don't have any anesthetic for our pumpkin friend here. It's time for your lobotomy.
Mesozoic dinosaur? No, somebody can put a hummingbird if they want to, Golganek. That's fine. That's Don DeBlue's favorite dinosaur. Someone who's discovered new dinosaurs, and his favorite dinosaur is still... I think Anna's hummingbird?
A movie or a book or something like that. Say, hey, that's not a dinosaur. That's a Dimetrodon.
Yeah.
Check it out.
There you go, Kennedy.
That looks so much better now. Very nice. Very nice.
And Tone Rebellion.
Not a dinosaur. Dimetrodon. Let me turn off all the lights. Yes.
Belt-fed Yeats.
Check that out. Oh, man. That...
We got to do another one of these this year.
I like that a lot. I'm pretty happy with this.
Anyway, good stuff. But yeah. Agapornis. Who is that thing from somewhere? Agapornis. Huh. But yeah, let's see. Oh no, damn it. Any extra credit for this test, belt-fed Yeats? We shall see. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, let's continue. Let's move into these streaming-related questions. I feel like our demographic questions are looking pretty good at this point. They're never going to be perfect, but I want to be as thoughtful and inclusive and considerate as I can about this. And I think that's, after some discussion in person with some trusted people close to me, I've been able to refine some of these. And anyway, yeah. Let's move into the streaming related questions. These are going to be some more fun ones here. Approximately when did you start watching Paleontologizing? And there's a little calendar thing that descends from here, and you can pick a date, an approximate date. But that's useful information too, you know? And hang on, I feel like that was... How did you discover Paleontologizing? I feel like that belongs down here, actually. Yeah, and maybe this should go first, because thinking about when, like, how you first discovered the channel will help prompt you on what the date was. Yeah. Today, very funny, Heats. Yeah. Do you want to start watching versus start following? It's usually the same thing. I don't know. And people follow and unfollow, so I can get some of those data from my Twitch dashboard, like when somebody first followed, and I've already got stats on that through the Twitch platform. But if somebody unfollows accidentally and then refollows, that can skew those data, and followage is not necessarily... I feel like the user-reported data is going to be more useful and potentially more reliable, because it's so easy to accidentally unfollow, you know? Your finger slips, you hit the tab button, you hit enter, and then you're unfollowed, and yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Will you be doing something like Dinovember? What's that, Nell? Will we be talking about dinosaurs in November? Something tells me we will be. Anyway, about how often do you tune into Paleontologizing streams? Once a month or less, several times a month, every week, nearly every day, every stream? Yeah. I think it's going to capture most people there. Do you watch VODs? I feel like very few people exclusively watch the VODs, but I actually don't have good numbers on that. Maybe that is a good question. Do you primarily watch live? Or watch VODs later? Is that a useful question? Yeah. Booting on YouTube later. But yeah, and Gamers Tavern Show, I don't know if I've never actually tried to dissect the viewership information. I don't know if it separates VOD views from live views. Yeah. And we've already got a suggestion box at the end now. Yes, absolutely. Good thinking. Yeah. We'll get to that. And here it's primarily, like, which do you mostly watch? I feel like that's an easy distinction to make. You know, I think I'll probably leave it like this, if that's okay. Yeah. And Canadian Europe, boy, that's a good point too. People in Europe or Asia might be up when you stream. Yes, for sure. Yeah. And we'll leave that optional too. Yeah. And I'll put this after how often do you tune in? Actually, I feel like this is a really, really good follow-up question to this one. Because tune in, does that mean live? Does that mean in the VODs? What does that mean here you get a chance to actually elucidate that, a way to actually give information about it, which is important. So yeah. And that's interesting, Claire. Claire says, I've encountered folks who seem to comment regularly on YouTube, but haven't ever come here. Interesting. We'll probably see more and more of that as the YouTube channel continues to grow, in large part due to your hard work and skilled work, Claire Byrne. But yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Jay Court says, why do you like watching the channel? We've got that down here. Yeah. And how often do you watch? Yeah, Amelia Bedelia. We got that right here. Yeah. And let's change that to how often do you watch? Rather than tune into. Tune into almost implies certain like present, immediate present tense. How often do you watch Paleontologizing streams? That could also include the VODs. Or let's see. There we go. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Do you primarily watch live or watch VODs, including on YouTube, afterward? And I did forget the U. Thank you there, Belderneck. Good stuff. See, this is why we're doing it live. Thank you. This is a community endeavor. I really appreciate your input here. Good stuff. But yeah, typos are an important part of science. Oh yeah. Well, they're frequent at least. I don't know if they're essential to the success of science, but yeah. I have another question. Do you type messages into the chat, or are you a lurker? Options are, I'm a frequent chatter, I sometimes type into chat, I mostly lurk, or I've never typed into chat. Is that a good one, Lenita? Okay. Care Bear Bonfire says lurker. Says Care Bear Bonfire types into chat, I'm a lurker. But yeah. Now, lurkers are about half our viewership, probably. There are people watching right now who are helping to bring our viewership numbers up, and they're learning things, and like this is a cool part of their day, I hope. They might never say anything in the chat, or rarely say anything in the chat, and I want to say I really appreciate you, lurkers. You are a valuable part of this community. Not everybody has to be vociferous. Not everybody has to, you know, speak their brains. But yeah, I appreciate you, lurkers. I really do. I mean that. JJ Bonds, how are you doing? Hello. And you feel seen, Care Bear Bonfire? Good. You are seen. I see you right there, and I appreciate you. Yeah. But yeah. I have brains. Who did I steal them from? TM Wing? I don't know. But they're serving you well, I gotta say. Yeah. And Harass says, I'm a viewer on Twitch for years. The first 2 years, I was only lurking. Well, shoot, I would say, like, the first couple months after I discovered Twitch, I only lurked. I never typed into chat. I don't even know if I made an account. When did I make my account? But anyway, there are people who are watching right now who probably don't have a Twitch account. And you know what? That's cool, that's fine. I'm glad you're here. If anything, that actually says something really cool about these broadcasts, that people who are not necessarily super into Twitch still find this to be a worthwhile thing to watch, and I find that flattering, so thank you. Non-Twitch users who are nonetheless watching, I appreciate you. You keep doing you, huh? Yeah. And maybe something for what was your first exposure to dinosaurs? That's going to be really tricky for a lot of people. I don't know what it is for me. But I like where your head's at. Diagonal, thank you for the 44 months.
I know, do you turn on notifications to know when I go live?
Oh, Miss Yvette, thank you for the 100 bits.
Massive jaws filled with razor-sharp
Thank you, Miss
teeth,
Yvette.
Tyrannosaurus rex was a terrifying sight.
Just like Diagonal. Excuse me, sir. Do you have any gray poupon? Thank you, Diagonal, for the 44 months of support. I appreciate you. Pardon me. Thank you, Diagonal. And Miss Yvette says... Oh, I know. Do you turn on notifications to know when I go live? I actually have data on that. So there's, within on the Twitch dashboard, it actually gives you stats on the percentage of viewers who have notifications turned on. And for our channel, it's remarkably high. Which is really cool. I think it's like less than 10% for most channels. That's about the average. And we're like 40%, which is awesome. Yeah. But yeah, good thinking, Miss Yvette. Yeah. And Thing from Somewhere says, do you include a homeschooled or self-taught or other option for the level of education question? I don't want to make it too long. Thank you, Thing. But, yeah, I don't know. Like, this also includes homeschool stuff.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Madam 33, for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Trachun? Thank you, Matt. Yes. I guess, like, homeschool still applies here. Like, did you do homeschooling up through high school? Yeah, I don't want to include anything below that because it's kind of against Twitch TOS. Got to be at least 13 to have, yeah. And also, I don't know... I want to make this as inclusive as possible across national boundaries, too. I don't know what the... Is it called primary schooling in the UK and other countries like that? Other parts of the world? I don't know. I feel like this... We're going to keep it like this for now, I think. But I appreciate you, Thing. Thanks for asking. Yeah. And Salamander, that's general education, yeah. I don't expect anybody to have paleo education. But yeah. Yeah. And there you go, DM Wing. How do you pronounce Troodon? Yeah. Oh, boy. I'm trying to be only the littlest bit of facetiousness in here, you know? Yeah. If the viewer shares the stream with anyone younger than the TOS age for Twitch or something, I could. I feel like there'll be fields to answer that lower down, though, when we get into some of the follow-up questions. Yeah. Here's where I'm actually going to need some help. This question, and especially the next one. Which type of paleontologizing broadcasts are your favorite? Office streams? Fieldwork streams? Museum/zoo/other IRL streams? Or it's too hard to choose? I feel like that's a lot of answers there, and that is required. I feel like it's too hard to choose is pretty much equivalent to saying, like, prefer not to answer. So yeah. Yeah. E, all of the above. Yeah, it's too hard to choose. That's why I wanted to include that. Yeah. So yeah. Okay, cool. Cool. Going a little bit more granular than that, which paleontologizing segments or features do you particularly enjoy? Fossil news / new scientific papers, chatter Q&A, digital sculpting, 3D printing, cold open / intro videos, Thursday Birds Day, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire or Paleontologist, Metazua, interviews with other paleontologists, ukulele songs, video games. When do we ever do those? Whoop. That's not what I wanted to do. Yeah. Or crossover streams. I'm sure I'm missing some other things here. What else can you think of that we've done before that might warrant another segment or feature option here? Cat cam, okay. Cat cam. Yeah. All right. Dinosaur deep dives? I've not done those in years, but I should add that. Yeah, okay, okay. We should be doing that again at some point after SVP. Yeah. Documentary watch-alongs. I like that too. Okay. Yeah. I'll put that up here. Yeah. Commemoration streams, or, yeah, I like that too. Okay. Special event streams. International Sawfish Day, etc. International Pangolin Day. What's a particularly memorable one that people really like? World Tapir Day. I like that one, MS Coggins. Yeah. Yeah. Fishmas. Thank you. Salamander, yes. World Tapir Day, etc. Yeah. Yeah. And Belt-Fed Yeats, do you have fieldwork streams on there? I've got them up here. Yeah. Office segments or features do you particularly enjoy? I'll specify office here. Yeah. Well, well, well.
The search for dinosaur bones begins in a place like this.
Ryan Snub's search has succeeded with their 3 co-explorers.
Ryan is Snub, thank you for the raid and welcome to Paleontologizing. How was your stream? Hope it was real good. Welcome, welcome. And hello to you too. Jode Slug Gaming relaunched. And Moog 13 Rockstar. That is like a 100% response rate from the raiders there. Congratulations, that's like a record there, Ryan Isnub. You have a very engaged user base. That is super neat. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch doing some good old-fashioned science outreach. Talking about fossils, talking about new discoveries, paleontology. During the summers, I'm out digging up dinosaurs, live on stream. Places like Wyoming and Utah. But I'm right here today, now, in my office. Like I am for much of the year. And this is where we do a bunch of science outreach, go over new discoveries, all that stuff. Today, we're creating a viewer survey that I'll be collecting data from and then presenting at the end of the month at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting before my colleagues, other paleontologists, at the big meeting in Minneapolis, Minnesota. So yeah, we're going to be doing a whole presentation. Here's my template for the poster. Whole presentation on science outreach live streams. Kind of selling this idea to my colleagues. Being like, hey, Twitch is a magnificent medium for doing science outreach. Showing people how science works. So that's what we're doing right now. We're working on the questions, refining these, and then in just a little bit, the survey's going to go live. Yeah. But yeah, Ryan Isnub, it's great to have you here. Welcome, welcome. What were you up to? Doing something called phasmophobia. Well, I hope you've conquered your fear of phasmids? I didn't know people were afraid of those, but, yeah. I guess they can be a little spooky. This is walking sticks. And their relatives, man, they do get pretty big, don't they? The phasmids are, this group of critters. Dread Pirate Roberts says, how about a Monotream Monday stream? We'd run out of Monotreams real fast. There's not very many of them. And here, let's look at phasmids on our Tree of Life. Be over here. And you love stick bugs? Yeah, Phasmidae is the, that group. There's 3,200 species of them. Holy cow. Holy cow. Super diverse. You might actually remember this. This is a major plot line, believe it or not, in the film Master and Commander, Far Side of the World. Phasmids. Yeah. Anyway. And there's one in the Bugs Life movie, too. Yeah, they are definitely well represented in cinema, I would say. Master and Commander, A Bug's Life. There you go. Yeah. When in the movie What Time? You just have to watch it, Nobarum. I'm not going to give it away because it is like a spoiler. It is a major plot point. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah. Yeah. And famous meme, get stick bugged, is very important in internet history. Is it really? I'm not familiar with this. Get stick bugged, lol. What? What's the meaning of this? I'm not familiar with this. Is there a Know Your Meme page? Get stick bugged lol refers to a series of bait-and-switch videos involving a swaying green stick bug. Typically, these clips begin with an unrelated subject and then rapidly changes, revealing the dancing bug set to different music. So it's a lot like Rickrolling, isn't it? Oh, that's great. Recently is 2018. Okay, okay. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Well, well, well. I wasn't aware of this. Interesting. Yeah. Huh. How did I never encounter this? Maybe I should take that as a good thing, you know? I feel far too online, live streaming for a living, doing this nearly every weekday. So the fact that I didn't know about this before, I think is probably a sign that there is hope for me, you know? Yeah. There you go, Casey. Absolutely. Yeah. Anyway, Ryan Isn't Up, thank you again for the raid. I appreciate it very much. Yeah. And what's the drink? Helvetica scenario? It's water. Ice water. Yeah, good old H2O with ice in it. Good stuff. Cheers, chat. Best stuff in the world, essential for life on Earth. Absolutely. H2O in 2 different states, yeah. I could have as many as 4 different states, but I don't think I want to have plasma floating around here in the office, you know? Yeah. H2O in this economy? There you go, Echidna, yeah. Yeah. And yeah, the heat wave has been nuts here, Jay Quartz. Although I'm very, very lucky. That's actually the origin of this particular water vessel, is that I used to live in an apartment kind of down by the Oakland estuary, and did not have air conditioning in the apartment.
Simply astonishing.
Thank you, Sunset Lover, for the follow.
Singular specimens I've encountered in all my distinguished career.
I appreciate that.
But enough about my work. What did you want to show me, Lee?
Sunset Lover, thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Here's a bit of paleontologizing lore for the uninitiated. years ago, when I first started on Twitch, I lived in an apartment down by the Oakland estuary. So, and that was it was like May of 2020. And it was pretty warm then, too. I did not have air conditioning in my apartment at the time. Although, apparently one of my roommates did think that we had air conditioning, and they turned it all the way up. They didn't realize that wasn't air conditioning. We didn't have air conditioning. They turned up the heat all the way up. It was already like, 100 degrees outside or something like that. And it was way hotter inside as a result. It took me a few days to discover what was going on. But anyway, I was just really, really hot doing, just starting off streaming. And I said, what is the largest vessel that I can get that I can hold in my hand, that I can fill with ice and drink out of during a stream to keep myself cool? And it was this. And so we've been using it ever since. So a nice, fancy dollar store measuring cup. Anyway, we've had it ever since. Good stuff. Yeah, and hello, Mini Pie. How are you doing? We might be getting a cat visit here. Hey. Come here, Minnie. There we go. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen. Mini Pie. How you doing, Minnie? It's good to see you. You weren't on stream yesterday. Even Moon Pie made an appearance. And yet you did not. Well, 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 Mini Pie. Well, well, well. Yeah, I think Mini Pie was too eager to spend time with Lordy yesterday, who had just gotten back from Ohio. Mini Pie, how are you? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Minnie. Can I brush you a little bit? You really need it. Look at all this hair that's coming off on my hand. Yowza. Let's brush you a little bit, and then we'll get you some treats. Huh? Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Come here. There we go. Let's get some of that excess hair. Let's harvest it. I can spin some yarn and make a sweater. I don't know how to knit, but, I'll learn. What better way to learn how to knit than using cat hair? Everybody loves cat hair. Yeah. And plane shifter in, that's nitrogen. At least it is in the troposphere. I'm not sure about higher up. It's probably nitrogen. Babix says your desk setup is awesome. Thank you, Babix. I appreciate that. That means a lot to me. When I moved here last December, I wanted to really design things from the ground up to make an excellent streaming studio. So I custom built this desk to fit this space. And yeah, I tried to be as thoughtful as I could about everything, Have nice creative control over what my workspace is going to be like. Yeah. Anyway, okay, Mini Pie's about done. Let's get you some treats, huh? Yeah, more here then. Alright, you ready? Oh, I like how ostensibly you're more food motivated than Sweetie Pie is. Because you respond more quickly to the treats. Oh shoot, that's too many. I'm gonna take some of these. Yeah. There we go. Good stuff. Yeah. Girl, Minnie. You eat those treats. Good for your teeth. The vet said you should be eating more of these, so just trying to follow doctor's orders here. Oh, and Ken, how are you doing? Hello, Ken. It's good to see you. Minipie, you missed one. Look, you missed two. No, more than. Look at all those treats. My goodness, look at all these. Guess I'll put these back in the container. Yeah, somebody's not as hungry as I thought she was. Ah. She'll be back. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah. Saving treats for later. Rachidactylus, I'm so glad you're here too. Everybody, we are, if you just waltzed in, we're getting ready for the 84th Annual Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. I'm going to be giving a poster presentation at this meeting about my work here on Twitch doing science outreach. And so this is a community survey that I've been putting together. And Rachidactylus, I hear this something that you're something of an expert on. So I'm really glad you're here. We've already gone through our demographic questions, which I think are pretty good. Tangoed in, okay. You know, fair enough. If he's gonna, yeah. Language, gender identity, current level of formal education. Doing survey-based research for over 14 years. Well, Reiko, let me, I don't know if I can actually share this with anybody until it's done. But yeah, Twitch username, optional. Many of these things are indeed optional. What country do you watch from? How old are you? Prefer not to say. Is English your first or primary language? What's your gender identity? What's your current level of formal education? Do you identify as disabled? What's your favorite dinosaur? Not a required question. And we've got our streaming related questions. The whole point of this is to be able to present some demographic data and some short responses to my colleagues when I'm talking about the efficacy of live streaming as a means of science outreach, particularly as concerns paleontology. So, very funny, Pipcat. Yeah. How did you first discover paleontologizing? Approximately when did you start watching? About how often do you watch paleontologizing streams? Do you primarily watch live or watch VODs, including YouTube, afterward? Do you type messages into the chat, or are you a lurker? What type of paleontologizing broadcasts are your favorites? Office streams, fieldwork streams, museum or zoo, or other IRL streams? Or it's too hard to choose? Oh, do you share the stream with others? That's an interesting one. No, we might add that. Yeah. Which paleontologizing office segments or features do you particularly enjoy? I've got a bunch of these right here, and yeah. If we can think of any other ones, that'd be nice. Yeah. Cat stream says confused echidna. Oh yeah, we got cat cam right there. And with this, you can select as many as you would like. You know? With the checkboxes format. Tree of Life. Okay, yeah, that's neat too, J Quartz. Yes, actually, that's really good. Yeah, I like that a lot. Let's see. Oh, no, shoot, not that. One zoom, Tree of Life. That up here. Before Thursday Birds Day. Nice. Thank you, Jay Quartz. Yeah. 3 rabbit holes deep on a disco. Yeah, there you go, Clark. I'm not gonna add that as a category though. That's just our MO here, you know? Yeah. Oh, previously recorded, Danny. I like that. Okay. Okay. Well, intro videos / previously recorded, Danny. Yeah. And cold opener intro videos are the ones we have at the very beginning of the stream. Not any. Or some of the other ones are like video stings, like for Thursday Birds Day that you'll see in a little bit. It's just kind of an introduction to a segment that explains things in a fun visual way, so I don't have to explain it verbally every time. And Dinosaur Deep Dives are indeed on here in Tommy Platicus. Yes, indeed. And weird, Deepest Blue Dragon. That's got to be a Twitch bug or something, because I'm definitely accepting raids. We've had multiple raids. We had one just less than 20 minutes ago. That must be a Twitch glitch. I'm sorry, Deepest Blue Dragon. That's kind of lousy. Yeah. Anyway. I hope Octi and the rodents are doing well. Yeah. Yeah. Anything else that we can think of? Oh, and Ricodactylus, I already got some in-person feedback about this from somebody I really trust. So I'm trying to be as thoughtful as I can about this and ask some other people, but this is the arrangement that I was told to go with because it covers the widest bases as simply as possible and is the most inclusive as possible. You know? Yeah. So yeah. I'm gonna leave that as is. Because I've got some expert opinion about this. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Here, I'll put World Tapir Day before Fishmas. I feel like it just, phonetically. Works better there. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Have it as a separate question. Interesting. No, I agree. I don't dispute that at all whatsoever. It's just that... Yeah. Anywho, I don't really want to get hung up on this right now. But, yeah. I had it that way before, and I was specifically told to change it by someone who is... Yeah. I don't know. It's never gonna be perfect. I'm just trying to simplify things as much as I can while reducing the number of overall questions as much as possible, you know? Yeah. But yeah. Anyway. Also, frankly, I don't really want to talk about this in depth right now because every time that we do, there are certain people in the community who end up saying really bigoted things, and then they end up just doubling down, and then they end up getting themselves banned. And so I'm not eager to go into a big discussion about this at present, if you know what I mean. You know? Let's continue. Yeah, if we can think of any other different office segments or features or anything like that that I should include here, anything that I might be overlooking, let me know. Yeah. I think we're pretty good. I think this is pretty extensive. I even have video games on here, and we don't really do those. But yeah. Yeah. Pretty solid? Good. Yeah. Do you do art streams? I do, and those are on here. Digital sculpting and 3D printing. Here, I should add digital 2D art. Here, digital art / digital sculptor. Yeah. Thank you, Miss Yvette. Yeah. Yeah. Which is your favorite cat? I like that one too, but if people have very strong opinions about that, they can put that in some of the follow-up answers. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And no Barum, cool it, please. I don't want anybody to get timed out or banned or anything like that, so just, you know, just be cool, please. And Bubsy, we've got that here. Documentary watch-alongs. We'll take it as read that includes clickbaity, just kind of like garbage online video content, you know? Yeah. Anyway. You're cool? Alright, thank you, Nobarum. Cool. Cool. Getting onto some things that there should probably be some additional questions in here, and this is kind of where I'm fishing for more feedback and any other ideas that people might have. Have paleontologizing streams had a positive impact on you? Feel free to elaborate. I'm hoping to get some responses in here that might be nice pull quotes that I can put on the poster. Any stories that you might have about what this community has meant to you and all that. Yeah, that can go in here. How long is that field? Long answer text. Yeah. This would be a great box for cool stories and testimonials. Exactly, Casey Snowart. That's the whole point. Yeah. But yeah. 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 And here, actually... online video / documentary watch-alongs there. I feel like that's good. Okay, we're covering all our bases there. Write a long life story right there, says Jay Courts. I mean, yeah. And Rakadactylus says, I think that could be described as how... Oh, could you describe how watching paleontologizing has had an impact on you? I like that a lot. That's really good, Rakadactylus, yes. The way of it wording to result in a lot of relatively short and simple yes, it's a cool stream kind of thing rather than what you're after. So glad you're here, Rakadactylus. Yes, this is exactly the sort of feedback I'm looking for. Yeah. Yeah! But yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. I like that a lot, Rakadactylus. I like that a lot. Good stuff. This reminds me of those questions, let's see. Like when we're trying to learn about the percentage of, say, Americans who accept a scientific consensus on biological evolution. The way that the question is worded has extraordinary influence on the results that you get, you know? Rakadactylus could tell you all about this, I'm sure. The number varies greatly on how you ask the question, says Rachidactylus. You ask, if you ask about people, it's a low percentage, but if you ask about animals, that is a higher percentage. Exactly. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. Anywho. The way that you ask the question is crucially important. Particularly in that kind of a question. But for these two, the way that the question is worded is very much non-trivial. It's important. So that's why we're taking some time to be as thoughtful as we can about these questions and answers, you know? The nuance of the phrase. There you go, Andrew Memorax. Yeah. Yeah. An interesting Gamers Tavern show. That is something that Twitch partially picks up. Like, what medium? Mobile versus PC versus television versus whether you're watching on your smart refrigerator or... yeah. Twitch picks that up, and I have data on that. But whether or not people are watching and engaging with it is a little bit... Well, I don't have good data on that. But it can be inferred by their level of chattiness, perhaps? I don't know. I like where your head's at there, Gamers Tavern Show. Yeah. But it's going to be a difficult one to do, you know? Yeah. Anyway. An interesting Casey Snore. I do have a follow-up question, like a long-form response question that kind of... Well, shoot, I mean, this kind of gets into that, doesn't it? I think that's, yeah. 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 Someone could put that there for sure? Yeah. Thank you, Casey. Oh, Sweetie Pie. My goodness. How are you doing, sweetie? That's 2 out of 3 cats so far. Sweetie Pie. How are things? How are you doing? Mini Pie left some treats on the desk. You think you might want to eat those? Do you think you might want to? Huh? Yeah. Chaos time, says Andrew. Yes. Put that butt away, Sweetie Pie. Oh. How you doing? How you doing, Sweetie Pie? And Snail Chaser, perfect timing. Look who it is. Yeah. She just loves pushing that camera around. She really does. Sweetie Pie. Oh. I'm typing hello to her. Sweetie Pie, look, Snail Chaser says hello. So everybody, Sweetie Pie used to live with Snail Chaser, and then she got adopted here. Snail Chaser had to move to a small apartment in San Francisco. It didn't have room for Sweetie Pie, because I mean, look at how enormous she is. My goodness, she's gargantuan. She's huge. Oh, she's filling up the whole screen practically. I mean, look at her from this view. She's blocking the whole camera. Yeah, huh? You're gigantic. Look at you. You're stupendously large. Gigantic. Yeah. Anyway, now she lives here and she's one of my landlords. I pay rent to her. Don't I, Sweetie Pie? Do you want some treats? Oh. Oh. Snail Chaser says, one time I was listening to music and the music cut out and I looked down and she had chewed through the cable on the end. She's never done that here. She's got plenty of other things to chew on. Like some treats. Sweetie Pie. Would you like some treats? Talking to you like you're a dog. You don't know what that word means. But you know what this sound means. Yeah. Ooh. There you go. How's that? Good stuff. Aww. That. Eat them up. Dental treats. They're good for your teeth. Yeah. Oh, good stuff. Oh, sweetie pie. Why isn't the camera focused? There we go. Oh, did you hear a sound? What's that? Crunch, crunch, crunch. Yeah. There's another one. Right there. Yeah, that's one of the catnip ones. Ooh, good stuff. Good stuff. And look, you got crumbs here too. You should eat those. Clean Plate Club. Clean Plate Club. Look. Here. Right here. See, there you go. Yeah. Look, another one right here. Look. Oh, you found an additional one. Good searching, sweetie pie. Yeah. Look. Right here. Look. Can you find it? Can you find it? It's right here. Look. Right here. Look. Look. Right here. Can you get it? Can you get it? It's right here. Look. But no. No, sweetie pie. Oh no. Oh. Oh well. Womp womp. Yeah. Better luck next time, sweetie pie. She still got most of the treats. Yeah. Petrodactylus says,
Denied.
Yeah. Anyway. She's less excited about treats than average, says Snail Chaser. Yeah, I mean, she knows that she can just come back repeatedly during streams and get as many treats as she wants. She'll probably be back several times. She's like lurking around like a, just like a leopard shark, just circling over there right now. When she decides that she's hungry again, she'll just come on over, jump on the desk, and demand more treats. So, yeah. Anyhow, I'm sure that won't be the last of Sweetie Pie you see today. Let's continue with our survey here. Putting together the questions to gather data for one of my presentations at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting at the end of the month. And Snail Chaser, yeah. Snail Chaser says, if someone was lying on the floor in that room, she would be more excited about that. She loves when people lie down on their backs because she can go and sit on their chest. And then, like, stare down into their eyes and just drool on their face. She loves doing that. That's her favorite thing. Murderous intent. Yeah, there you go. It is like a nest, Snail Chaser, yeah. Yeah. Anywho, let's continue. Let's continue. Can you describe how watching paleontology has had an impact on you? I feel like that's well worded. Thank you, Rakadactylus, for the suggestion there. Yeah. Yeah. And which other science communicators, if any, do you watch, appreciate, admire? I feel like that's an interesting question. I think Lordy actually suggested this one. You love that question? Thank you, Casey Snort. Yeah, it does give me a good sense for what other people are aware of. Yeah. Do you mean specifically Twitch, or are you okay with YouTubers, bloggers, podcasters, etc.? All of the above. Television, skywriting, people, scientists hanging out the window of a Zeppelin with a megaphone, you know, whatever. Yeah. You might want to specify the kinds of science communicators you want survey takers to be thinking about when answering that question. That's a good point. Let's see. This can be on Twitch, or this can be on television, YouTube, podcasts, Twitch, etc. Yeah. Favorite demographic, skywriters. Yeah, that's how I get all my news. Confused again. Billboards and skywriting. Yeah. And how many characters is short answer good for? You know, I don't know. Maybe I should make it long answer text. Paragraph. Thanks, Casey. Yeah. Jake Quirt says Dr. Brady Barr comes to mind. Oh, yeah. Of the Brady Bunch, right? Maybe not. Science communication bumper stickers. There you go, Regadaclus, yeah. Andrew Memrick says, will AI ever be helpful in paleontologizing? I don't know if it'll ever be helpful, but it's certainly harmful right now. The number of times we've been trying to search for a particular image in like Google image search, and then it's just absolutely flooded with all kinds of AI crud. It's already directly harmful in areas like that. Oh boy. But yeah. That's all I'm gonna say about that for right now. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good question right there. In terms of science outreach, which of the following media would you say is more personally impactful to viewers? This is not a fair question. I am fishing for an answer here, and I hope that's okay. But I'm asking an audience on Twitch if they think pre-recorded science videos like on YouTube are more impactful, or interactive science live streams like on Twitch. I am fishing for an answer here, and answer honestly, of course. But it's yeah. We're unbiased. It's okay, says Salamander. Yeah. Oh, and interesting, Jake Quartz. He's a herpetologist from National Geographic. Oh, very cool. Very cool. No, I can relate. I really... One of my heroes growing up was Jeff Corwin, a herpetologist who would frequently appear on Animal Planet, Discovery Channel, and stuff like that. Yeah. But yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And there you go, Lenina. Is it in general or just you? I should say for you. Let's see. And Rakadactylus, I know what you mean. Yeah. Field work isn't for everybody, you know? Nor is lab work for everybody. Or office work, so yeah. It's all different kinds to be scientists, for sure. Charlie's Dragon, I do kind of wonder whether AI is ever actually going to be truly useful for fossil science. Like, actual AI, rather than, you know, just, like, large data sets, models based on those, like, cladistics, but I don't know. I wonder. But yeah. And Kapavut says, how do we answer this questionnaire? Once it's finished, because we're still writing it right now, I'll have it as a link in the commands in chat. So you can trigger that with commands. I'm going to, maybe if I have time this weekend, I can draft up little animations that'll show up on the stream throughout the next week. Kind of like that annoying robot football man from the television broadcast. What is it, Fox Sports or something? You know what I mean. It bounces around and is all distracting. We're gonna have some stuff like that. That will prompt people to type the command into chat. And yeah. And then once this is done, we'll all of you watching right now will be able to answer it as soon as you would like to. Once it goes live. Yeah. Dread Pirate Robert says Cletus. Cletus the slack-jawed yokel from The Simpsons? Yeah. And the generic gamer makes a really good point here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I don't think I've seen you here before. AI might be good to ID fossils. It's not. But aren't we constantly changing how we interpret what is what? Yes, absolutely. It's very, very subjective, and even professional paleontologists have strong disagreements about what is what. You might be able to make a really, really large data set and then put things into different discrete groups based on morphometrics, but even that is going to require a lot of interpretation. And so it's that human element so far is not just necessary, it's the main part of it, you know? It's basically all of it. So yeah. And the Fox football robot is named Cletus. Really? Oh, Cletus like cleat? C-L-E-A-T? That's actually kind of clever. I hate to say it, but that is clever. I like that. Too clever. I don't like it, says Claire. I think I'm in the same boat. Yeah. Oh. Here. Yeah, this guy. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah. And, oh, and that's cool, Dread Pirate Robert. I didn't know you were a professional football player. That's awesome. Very cool. Yeah. Crimson Carnotaurus says that robot looks like a hell diver. Really? Like the dive bomber? Yeah, World War II. Carrier-based dive bomber. It's a dual-seater. Yeah. Anyway, the Helldivers were also the name of the planes from the original 1933 King Kong. I don't know if it was the planes or the particular air group. But yeah, these ones. I guess the original and the 2005 remake with Peter Jackson, too. But, yeah, Curtis F-8C Helldiver, that I guess is the name of the plane. Anyway. Yeah. Anyway. And the 1933 King Kong famously was really, really important in, like, getting dinosaurs out to the general public, you know? Like, really, really pivotal moment in the history of dinosaurs in cinema, and thus, you know, figures are off the home keys. Yeah, whether it's the Tyrannosaurus or the Brontosaurus or the Stegosaurus. Right here. Yeah. Really important when we're talking about, like, the public's perception of dinosaurs. So I'm gonna find you a clip.
Today, thanks to
should be coming up right here. There's the Lost World.
Organization or protection or society that they were
1925.
And in the film, a mother.
Here we go.
Ironically, it was a great ape that gave them their most memorable starring role.
Yeah.
Looking back on it now, we are tainted by what we've seen today, but for the day...
There's Stan Winston. We saw him earlier in that video with the Deinonychus suits, the Velociraptor from Jurassic Park. That's from Stan Winston's studio. He's kind of the mastermind behind those.
King Kong, it was the most spectacular event ever to come on the screen.
King Kong premiered in 1933 and was the Jurassic Park of its era. Kong lived on a tropical island filled with survivors of the Mesozoic. The special effects were designed by Willis O'Brien.
Yeah, who also did The Lost World.
Creations were influenced by more than just science.
Willis O'Brien in his early
There go
days,
DM Wing. Yes, we've talked about this.
He
Yeah.
used to go to the fights a lot. He put a lot of humanoid elements in Kong, as well as the dinosaur. He had this great giant gorilla boxing a Tyrannosaurus and using similar techniques as they use in The Ring, which I think was half the charm of that sequence.
When Kong was first released, scientists must have scoffed at the athleticism of O'Brien's creations. But once again, as in his work for The Lost World, the behaviors of O'Brien's dinosaurs are now considered more accurate than when the film was made.
I think in a lot of ways King Kong was ahead of its time, especially with the fight between Kong and the T-Rex, and that O'Brien portrayed a very active
Thank you for
Tyrannosaurus
reposting
Rex
that from
wasn't a
Generic
slow
Gamer.
slug
We'll get to that in a
size.
minute. That's
It was a
heartwarming.
scrapper.
Holy cow.
When I was a kid, my favorite dinosaur was Brontosaurus, and that's because of King Kong, where the sailors on the boat see the head and neck of a brontosaur and yell at it and start shooting. And all the sailors run across the sand, and they're pursued by the brontosaurus on land, who's moving at a good clip.
Yeah, relatively fast.
That was in 1932, those shots were made, and at that time, scientists disagreed. They said Brontosaurus could never get out of the swamps. It was a slow-moving guy, inoffensive, dumb, a pushover. Well, I'll tell you, Willis O'Brien was right. By gum, they didn't live in swamps. So King Kong, Bronto was right. PhDs at Ivy League institutions were wrong.
Yeah, true.
King Kong was a huge hit and influenced many budding filmmakers, including young Ray Harryhausen.
Yep.
The film inspired him to spend his teenage years learning to draw and experimenting with stop-motion animation in his garage.
I wanted to do something with dinosaurs, and I got the concept of the evolution from books that I'd read, and I wanted to develop a whole story about the starting of the world. It was very ambitious for a young amateur to try or even think of. And then Fantasia came out.
Yep.
And here are these wonderful dinosaurs done in cartoon style, so I never finished Evolution. Walt Disney beat me to the punch, yes.
Walt Disney's Fantasia.
Anyway, so this kind of goes through the history of dinosaurs in cinema after this. Here's a link. I'll start you at that moment. If you want to watch the rest of it later. Pull that up in another tab or something. But, yeah. Generic Gamer, Ford 2, thank you for your message. Holy cow. They say, my daughter went to the Natural History Museum and fell in love with the paleontologist working upstairs. Ever since, she is adamant that she wants to be a paleontologist. I followed because we want to watch her streams. I wanted to show her what is involved. She's 7. That's a good time to start. Welcome, welcome. Generic Gamer 42 and daughter. I'm so glad you're here. I kind of wish it was summertime, because then I'd be able to show you firsthand what it's like to dig up dinosaurs live in the field. But you can still see those broadcasts here on the YouTube page if you want to watch these afterward. You know, and please continue to keep watching live right now if you'd like to. But yeah.
Use math basically to tease apart the volcanic rocks, which don't have fossils, and the sedimentary rocks, which do.
So here's us digging in Wyoming,
It
right
kinda
here.
works, but not really. Yeah.
I know a lot of GPS technology is used in like what my field
Yeah.
was, which is conservation biology.
Yeah.
But that's for tracking.
One of the things that I think is an
Ecosystems and
potentially underutilized tool is GIS, Geographic Information
Yeah, that's
we were talking all about GIS yesterday.
And so I
Conservation
think that
biology.
if we were collectively, as a science, better at incorporating our
Cross-discipline.
data into into those kinds of systems, then something like AI
We had a
or
big
just
conversation
plain old
about
people
GIS
would have
yesterday, I feel. Yeah.
data to crunch and maybe potentially, make progress toward figuring this sort of thing out.
Yep.
I know that's a place where citizen science comes in, at least in like.
Anywho,
I don't know if
cool. Thanks, Ken. Yeah. Oh, there's Ken right there too. Anywho. Yeah. Oh, and that was curator of dinosaur paleontology, or curator of paleontology in general, I think, at the Carnegie Museum of Natural History in Pittsburgh, Matthew Lamanna. It was really cool working with Matt this summer, and looking forward to seeing him at SVP again at the end of the month. And previously recorded Ken. There you go, Ken. Yes. Yeah. And Rhacodactylus, that is a good question here. To get back to our survey questions here. Yeah. Here. You ever watch Paleontologizing? With your children, family, other loved ones? Feel free to elaborate. Yeah, paragraph is good. I like how it automatically switched to paragraph. I need to tell it to do that. Yeah, and that was the Element Formation dig. Yes, indeed, Crimson Carnotaurus. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, and Gamers Tavern Show. It is about school schedules. I think we have a clip about that, don't we? I think Claire Burr put together a short about that precise question. Yeah. But yeah. Or you as a teacher put it on as educational science watching? I'm not sure what you mean, Claire. Miss Yvette, sorry. Yeah. Anywho. And here, I'll put family before children because I think it just reads better. With your family / children / other loved ones. Yeah. Has watching Paleontologizing inspired you to learn more about the natural world in addition to watching the broadcasts? If so, how? I'd like your opinion on how this question is worded. Is that clear enough? Will I get the right kind of answers from this? There you go, Kawaii Sabat. With the spider above my head. That is a lot of eyes, Sibley. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. It's clear to you? Okay, thanks, Will62. Cool. Yeah. Any kind of like little story that I can get here about how these broadcasts have been meaningful to you personally. Yeah. Yeah. If this has inspired anybody to visit museums more often, to go outside and look at birds, like for Thursday Birds Day, or maybe even inspired them to go back into science. Maybe rekindled a love of natural history, a love of dinosaurs. There are people who are currently pursuing a degree in biology or geology or paleontology specifically. Maybe learn more. That's exactly what I want to hear, Gravity. That's awesome. I'm looking forward to your response in the survey. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe just make it how has watching. Yeah, I could word it that way. I don't know. Yeah. And that's neat, Will62. Awesome. Awesome. I think I'm going to leave it worded like this for now, just because I want people to think about whether or not it's true before they think about how it's true. This might not be true for some people. Maybe they just watch and, yeah. I don't know. I don't want to be presumptuous, I guess. If that makes sense. Yeah. But I appreciate your feedback there, Paul in the blanks. Yeah. Yeah. And then, lastly, is there anything you would like to change about paleontologizing streams? Constructive feedback is appreciated. I feel like this is open-ended enough where if somebody has an idea for different kinds of content, if there's something they dislike, if there's something they really do like, they'd like to see more of, anything like that, I feel like this is open-ended enough that you can put it in there. Yeah. I don't know. What do you think, chat? Is that okay? This one right here. I'd like to think that's a pretty decent way to word that question. Yeah. You like that one, Will62? Yeah. Again, I want people's voices to be heard. I want to hear from you. I want to know what you think. I can't guarantee that I'll make those changes, but I at least want to hear any suggestions that you have, you know? Mayor of Space. Since becoming a viewer of Paleontologizing, have you started associating surf rock with science? I like that, Mayor of Space. The two sides of the coin for surf rock. Forget surfing. Do you associate it with Pulp Fiction or with paleontology? Yeah. There we go. So the question was, hey you there, stop. Oh. And Rakadactylus says, I think a lot of the things I'm thinking about the survey really do depend on what kind of data you're looking to get, which I think is a longer conversation. Yes, Rakadactylus, I'm not even entirely sure what I want yet. This is my first time making a big survey like this, for such a large audience, and I don't necessarily know what I'm looking for yet. This is not going to be published in a scientific journal. This is just to have a few things for the presentation at SVP, at the scientific conference. So I'd like to think it's a good starting point, as long as you don't think there's any glaring errors or oversights or anything, then I think we're about good. Yeah. Oh, and Pyrokitties Tavern, thank you for reposting that from Ms. Yvette. I missed it. Do you, as a teacher, put paleontologizing on as an educational science? As educational science watching in your classroom? I like that a lot. I feel like that's something that this question kind of covers a bit. I don't know how many teachers are in the audience and will be filling out the survey, but if there are some, I definitely want to hear from them. I like to think that maybe they'd Maybe we should have a question about, have you shared the channel with... Maybe we should add on to this. Do you ever watch Paleontologizing with your family, children, or other loved ones? Have you shared the channel with anyone else in your life? Feel free to elaborate. There we go. I like that. I like that. Thank you, Miss Yvette. Yeah. There you go, Casey's nowhere. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Did you learn about evolution before watching Paleontologizing? And yes, in elementary school, yes, in high school, etc., or no? Oh. That's a good question. That's a really good question, Charlie's Dragon. Thank you for reposting it, Claire Bird. Yeah. Yeah. That's a tough one. I'd have to really think about how that's worded. Maybe that'll be something actually for next year. Because that is a super, super important question, and it's almost too important to quickly come up with a question and throw it into the survey right here. Because if I do want to follow up and do a similar presentation at next year's SVP, I might want to focus it on teaching specific concepts like biological evolution on stream, you know? Yeah. I think I'll save it for next year. But that's an excellent one, Charlie's Dragon. That might be the whole focus of next year's work. Yeah. I know there's more depth to that. Exactly, Salamander. Yeah. 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 But this is good. I'm feeling really good about this. Yeah. I'm feeling really good about this. So I think... And Will62 says, has watching Paleontologizing changed your mind about any of the topics you've seen covered here? That's a good question, too. I'd like to think that if somebody's got a really pressing thing there, something that's really changed their mind, a topic that they've really had their eyes opened up about because of these broadcasts, I like to think that that's covered by this question here. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. This is just kind of a first attempt. Yeah. I like that. I like that question a lot. But I'm trying to keep this kind of brief so people will actually fill it out too. You know? I feel like we're already getting kind of up there. I want this to be able to be filled out in like 10 minutes or less. Maybe 20 minutes tops, you know? Because people already spend so much time watching these broadcasts, typing in a chat and everything. I don't want to be presumptuous about this. I think people are going to spend any more time doing homework like this, you know? I'm trying to make it fun, but still, you know? Yeah. I'd definitely pilot the survey with a couple friends to see how long it takes to complete. We're going to do that right now, Rakadactylus, with everybody in chat. Because I need to get my poster printed, like actually get the digital files sent to the printers by like the 19th at the very latest. Maybe earlier. So I essentially have about a week. So yeah, this is our testing right now. Yeah. We'll have this available for the next week for people to fill out. Yeah. And that is Scooby-Doo, J. Quartz, yes. Yes. Anyway. I think we're good. Let's do send. We'll say do not collect emails. Send via link. Shorten URL. And copy. There we go. I think... yeah. Let's get that ready there. Chat, are you you prepared for the link? Here we go. Yeah, there you go. I saw that, Claire from Fall Machine. Pandas and people. Yeah. So there you go. There is the survey link. You can open that in a new tab. You could fill it out right now. You could wait until the very last minute next week and then be, you know, frantically typing out before the deadline. Whatever you want to do. But let's add that as a Nightbot command right here real quick. Ooh, fighter jets. Oh, man. I kind of wish I could see right now, but I'm... Anyway. The Blue Angels are flying overhead like a aerobatics group from the U.S. Navy. F-18 Super Hornets, right? Anyway, commands, custom. And then let's do... add command. Survey. Let's see. Please fill out. This viewer survey. To help us understand the Paleontologizing viewership. Let's see. Results will be used in an upcoming, well, used in Danny's presentation at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. At the end of October. And there's the link. Cool down 5 seconds. That sound good? Yeah. I'll say help us out by help us by or is it viewer survey?
Tradoon.
Will help us understand the paleontological viewership.
Jolly good show, chaps.
And filling is misspelled. Here. I liked it better before, actually. There we go. Submit. That's good enough. Yeah. Anyhow. I'll go ahead and try exclamation mark survey. Let's add that to our stream title here, too. Let's see. There we go. Yeah. Is it not working? People not here? Bizarre. Okay, why is that not working? Oh, it's because I didn't put the exclamation mark before it in the actual page. There we go. Let's try it now. Yeah. There we go. Good stuff. Excellent. Yeah. And welcome back, Alexander Morrison. I'm glad you're safe. I hope you're doing okay. Congrats on surviving the hurricane. Yowza. Yeah, no harm to myself or property. That is wonderful to hear. Really, really glad. Good stuff. Excellent. Anyway, there we go. Survey's out there. And anyhow. Again, all the data that we collect from this is going to go toward a poster that I'm working on, presenting to my colleagues at the 84th Annual Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. This is just a placeholder template for the poster I'm making. That'll be right here. And if you give particularly good quotes or something, they might even end up on the poster itself. We'll be designing the poster next week, by the way. I'll actually be, basically doing everything except for putting the final data in there. That'll be last, because I want to give people a long time to be able to answer. Like a full week in order to do this. But yeah. Anyhow. So yeah, good stuff. Here, do we have a picture of SVP Paleontology poster session? Yeah, there we go. There's some SVP posters right there. Oh, Lisa White is one of the authors on that. Got some projects going with and there's Lisa right there. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, very cool. Lisa's awesome. She works just down the road from me in Berkeley. There's a GSA poster right there. Anyway, I'm gonna have a poster like this, but designed a lot differently. At SVP this year. Is that Benjamin Berger? No, that's Eric Morschauser. Never mind. There's Matt Wadle right there from SV POW. We were just talking about sauropod vertebrate picture of the week. Growth series of 1. I like that a lot. That's a great title. Anyway. Yeah. Good stuff. Anywho. And Gay Hibiscus says, isn't it funny how we do posters all through public school, do none of it in university undergrad, and then it's all you do postgrad? I mean, I did a lot of posters in undergrad, too. That's how I learned how to do scientific posters. Yeah. It's funny, like, a lot of this was Denver Fowler, my mentor at the time, complaining about how much he disliked most science posters, and he's like, Danny, you better do a very good poster for a project that we were collaborating on Spinosaurs. And I'm like, aye, aye, Denver. And now I've got my own very strong opinions. And yeah, I hope he likes my posters this year. Yeah. And Racodactylus says, I didn't make a single poster in my PhD program. Really? Wow. Did you do conferences or just all talks at conferences? But then again, COVID hit. I stopped going to conferences. Okay, yeah, fair. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Published a bunch of manuscripts. Well, that's 1,000,000 times better, Racodactylus. Holy cow. Yeah. That's what you're supposed to do. Good for you. Holy cow. Communicating our findings in posters and long papers. Yeah. Beltfed used on, was it Monday this week? We did a big stream about designing posters, and I even worked on mine a little bit, my poster template. Yeah. There we go. To our colleagues, that's the whole point of a poster session. But you can think of it like a science fair, kind of. You've got other rooms at the conference venue where people are giving talks. So like, is it the same shirt I'm wearing right now? No, it's a slightly different color. If you don't apply for it, I've got a lot of the shirts that look similar. I applied for a poster this year.
Dinosaur man.
Anyway, here's a link to that. Thank you. Yeah.
Today is a good day.
Thank you for the 3 months of support. I appreciate you, Foxy. Anyway, kind of stack these blocks. Stop yammering, Danny. Get to the video. We're sometimes to find collaborators. And yes.
Your posters if you exist, while you try to like stare them down out of desperation, like please someone respond to my work. And then the whole hour of the poster session goes by, and no one is even not just engaged.
Oh, there you go, Racodactylus. Yeah.
No one has looked at your poster, and then you just take your poster down, and you look at it, and you remember that it cost $100 to print, and then you throw it away, and then you think maybe my research wasn't that interesting anyway, and that was a waste of time. Now, here's how it feels.
But so this could be incredibly discouraging as a researcher because, like, science is already a field in which most of us are overworked and underpaid, feel underappreciated, and this can be absolutely demoralizing. Like, I know people who have quit academia altogether after they had a bad poster presentation like this, Anywho, yeah. Anything that you can do to improve your experience during poster presentations is a good thing. So yeah. Yeah. And there you go, Racodactylus. That was like 3 days ago. Yeah. And Raven says, love the skull in the back. Thank you. Yeah, Dilophosaurus. It's a 3D printed Dilophosaurus skull. A lot of this is inferred from the original, but yeah. Yeah, welcome, Raven. It's good to have you here. And a very happy Thursday Birds Day to you. Shoot, we've got less than an hour to do Thursday Birds Day. Raven, thank you for that reminder with your name. Raven, I love it. I've got to wrap up today's stream like by 6 p.m. California time, so that's less than an hour because I've got to attend a virtual talk. Papa Jim Kirkland, state paleontologist of Utah, specifically called me about this on Friday. And he's like, Danny, you really need to watch this talk Thursday night. So I got to make sure I do that. We're going to start Thursday Birds Day right now. What is Thursday Birds Day? I've got a little video stinger. I'll tell you all about it right here.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's gray, and Wednesday too. Thursday, I don't care about you. It's Thursday.
Thursday Birds Day.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday Birds Day is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday Birds Day?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord, and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday Birds Day is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday Birds Day!
Yeah, Thursday Birds Day. Let's get into it, because we don't have a whole lot of time. Just an hour. Let's take a look at some of these lovely birds posted by lovely community members like the Mayor of Space here. Mayor of Space says, in early August, I went on a camping trip to the Chassahowitzka River on the Gulf Coast. I saw all these birds I had never seen or heard of before. After some research, I found that they are called yellow-crowned night herons. Very cool. We have black-crowned night herons here in the Bay Area. It's actually the municipal bird of Oakland. That's the highlight of the trip. I got some high-quality close-up footage in distant, shaky shot of one eating a crab. Oh, come on, video. There we go. What a beautiful bird. Look how big the eye is. Very nice. Oh, this is lovely, Mayor Space. Well done. Very cool. Here's one eating a crab. Oh, that is super cool. Some crustacean predation there. Very, very nice. That is awesome. Thank you, Mayor of Space. This is probably a close relative of the black-crowned night heron. Let's look up yellow-crowned night heron. There we go. Yellow-crowned night heron. Nyctinasa violacea. That's a cool name. And how close are they to the black-crowned night heron? Right there. Black-crowned night heron, which is our municipal bird. In Oakland at least. Oakland, California. Very nice. Well done, Mayor Space. This is awesome. Good work. Charcone says, date night at the feeder. We've got a male and a female northern cardinal right here, it looks like. Very nice. I like this. I love your caption there, Charcone. Good stuff. Beautiful example of sexual dimorphism in a bird. The males and the females might have identical skeletons, so future paleontologists beware. Good luck trying to figure that out. But we today can look at their plumage and know that they're different like that, which is cool. And Raven says, Northern Cardinal is my lucky bird, because whenever I last met my grandfather, he gave me a beanie baby of a Northern Cardinal before he passed. That's beautiful. Like this? That's lovely. Raven, that's a beautiful story. Thank you for sharing. And thank you, Charcone, for making that possible. Appreciate it. Yeah, Crimson Carnivores, please try to keep your messages appropriate. Yeah. Lenina! I love your Halloween name there, Lenina. Oh, look, Grackles. Me and the squad hanging out at the local high school back in August. It was a magical moment. I like how much you appreciate Grackles there, Lenina. It warms my heart. Underappreciated birds. You know? A lot of people think they're raucous or annoying, or they hang out in parking lots, mostly eat french fries, but you know what? They're birds too, and birds are beautiful. They're all living dinosaurs. And there is beauty and wonder to be beheld in even the most commonplace of modern dinosaurs. Thanks for helping showcase that, Lenina. Good stuff. But yeah. And Alexander Morrison says 2 long-necked opportunists, great and snowy egrets. Very cool. 2 different egrets, I presume. That tried to sneak in and rob me and my friend's catch of fish some years ago. Have to draw on old material as more work hours in the upcoming weather conditions. Hurricane en route. Oh boy. Glad you made it through that, Alexander Morrison. Makes it difficult to get any photos or clips at all. Music by Brian Eng. Let's take a look at this. Oh, I love that you've annotated it too. Nice work. Very nice. Let's watch one more time. So they're trying to take fishes from you? They'll do that, you know? Clever dinosaurs. Nice. Very cool, Alexander Morrison. Thank you. Oh, and let's give one of these and one of these. Pyro Kit, holy cow, look at that. A red-winged blackbird at our bird feeder in the spring. Pyro Kitty, very, very cool. Look at the long bill on that red-winged blackbird. It's funny, here where I live, red-winged blackbirds don't have yellow on their wing. It's like a regional difference. Here in California, there's no yellow. Pretty much everywhere else, throughout the range, they've got that yellow patch. But not here in California. It's just red here, which is interesting. That might be a different subspecies. So I presume you're not taking that photo in California. Very cool, Pirate Kitty. Thanks for posting. And Bush Doctor, thank you for finishing the survey. It will help. Thank you. Activated complexes, Blackbird Sergeants. Yeah. I guess they're just corporals here? No, corporals don't have the chevron unless you're in the Marines. I don't even know. Pirate Kitty, very nice. Thanks for posting. I love these bird feeders with the camera on them. I've got one here that I need to put back up, but I have to rat-proof it first because we kept getting rats. Anyway, all the photos were of rats at night. Anyway. And Dinosaur Dave went to the zoo and took a 3-minute video inside the aviary. Well.
Let's do a Thursday Birds Day at Taronga Zoo. How
nice.
many birds can you see?
Dinosaur Dave, this is great. There's one. One bird. One so far. 2. Anyway, there's going to be a lot more. I hear a helicopter as well. We're going to skip ahead just a little bit till we see some more birds. Oh no, this is actually, it's not that long. Double-eyed fig parrot. There you go. Hello. Wonderful. Nice. And cool, Otter, do it. Yeah, feel free to do that again next time you're at the zoo. Take some footage at the aviary. This is lovely. Thank you. Dinosaur Dave, very cool. Very nice. And Murph found a bunch of gulls. Oh, a bunch of gulls found the fish meal hopper. Oh yeah, they'll do that. Look at them. They're in gull heaven right there. And I don't mean Salt Lake City. Good for them. I love how rascally gulls can be. That is lovely, Murph. I like it. And survey done. Took me 15 minutes to fill it. Thank you, Gravity. I appreciate that. Excellent. And at Ms. Art Rules, I know this painting of a woodpecker. This is a painting of a woodpecker, but I did this in IRL. I wish I'd got a pic of the action with my painting. Very nice. Beautiful. Well done. This is Ms. Yvette, right? Very nice. Good stuff. Need a photo of my grandma's macaw for Thursday birthday. There you go, Raven. Yeah. Yeah. Feel free to join the Discord and throw it into the Thursday birthday channel. Yeah. Jay Quartz has got an Anna's hummingbird in my backyard and a black-crowned night heron. Yes. At a park in Hercules, California. That's quite near where I live. Yeah, Anna's hummingbird right there, resting on that line. On the lower one, you see it? And a black-crowned night heron. Beautiful. These guys are all over the place. Around Lake Merritt in Oakland.
Dinosaurs came in all shapes and sizes.
And Raven, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. We should follow first, don't you think? Thanks for doing that. Appreciate you. Good stuff. Jay Quartz, thank you. Yeah, nice. Very, very cool. Oh. Bloop, bloop. And Steely Dan says, I tried to sneak up on this cardinal while a blue jay was yelling. Yeah, they do that. I like to imagine it was saying to the cardinal, look out behind you. Yeah, there's the cardinal up there. Nice. I love that idea of like interspecies bird interaction. So like telling each other what's going on around them. I like that. Blue jays are rude. I mean, they're just very vocal birds, you know? Nice, Steely Dan. Nice. Cast the Dreamer says, I was at the pool when this water bird landed here. I don't usually see them this far from the river. Who is that? What kind of bird are you? My goodness. Is it a... It doesn't quite look like a rail. What is that? What is that? Huh. Central Texas. Could be a bittern? I don't know. The beak looks a little short, but it could just be the angle. Yeah, it looks really short right here. Probably the angle and maybe just the lighting. It's backlit, so the camera sensor might be a little bit overwhelmed by the light coming around it. Night to you too, ought to do it. Thanks for being here. See you around. A young bittern? It could be. It could be. Here. Yeah, at certain angles, their beaks don't look that long, and it's got those streaks running down the neck. That could very well be a bittern. I bet you it is. Whoop. Oh, hang on. There we go. But very cool, Cast the Dreamer. Very nice. Thanks for posting. I bet you it is a bittern. Yeah. Yeah. The survey done. Thank you, Ms. Yvette. Excellent. Yeah. Caprasuchus. Great username. It's got some birds I photographed in the last 2 days. Those look like either brewer's blackbirds or grackles. Something like that. Very nice. Looks like a modo, a mourning dove, right there. Very, very nice. Well done. Raven says, I always loved dinosaurs and birds when I was younger, but never got into them, sadly, due to my family never helping fuel the drive in me to learn about animals. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope that this community can provide you with a place to express that enthusiasm, kind of rekindle that passion for the natural world. Dinosaurs and their avian descendants, the birds. Yeah. It's good to have you here, Raven. Anyway, thank you, Caprasuchus. Good stuff. Excellent. And Grackles and pick one, says Lenina. Thank you, Lenina. Nice. And Mini Terrorbird, the Seriema, Dr. Terraminator. Seriemas are some of my favorite extant birds. They are so cool. They mostly walk around and kind of kick small critters to death. Bash them against rocks and stuff. And they are related to terrorbirds, we think. They're related to the forest rakids, these giant, flightless, carnivorous birds that terrorized South America during the Age of Mammals, and for a while North America, too. Very, very cool. I love Seriemas. Some really cool papers just came out about them not too long ago. As an analogy for, like, dinosaur behavior. And Ms. Vet, I think I did your woodpecker painting already, right? Yeah. Tommy Plodicus says... Oh. Here. Tommy Plodicus says, I took this photo in Lisbon right before you went out into the field. I thought the white stripe was remarkable. Look at that. On this peacock. That is really cool. Wow. Wow. That's very cool. You've got, like, partial melanism, or, albinism here. Or at least, like, just a lack of pigment. Very, very cool. It could be partial leucism. That's, yeah, not albinism. Albinism is a total absence of pigment. It would be leucism, wouldn't it be, simply? Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Variegated. There you go, Angoya. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Like a birthmark? Basically, Real Jessica, yeah. I think that's the idea. Pretty neat. Pretty darn cool. And it's gotta be fairly rare, I'd imagine. Ran out of paint, says Will 62, yeah. Or maybe got Pepe Le Pew, got a white paint on him somehow. Yeah. Or no, that's the cat. That unfortunate cat would get white paint on it, and the skunk would be all over that cat. Anywho. Video type situation. I don't know, Crimson Carnivores. I'm not sure about that. I don't know enough about that to say. That's cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah. And they're already so fleshy. I don't know, Salamander. I wonder if it would have a negative impact upon the male's attractiveness to females, because that's what that feather fan is for. Famously, a really, really good example of the difference between natural selection and sexual selection, and how they can run in opposition to one another like that. So yeah. Those feathers might be very attractive to females and might help the male, propagate his genes further, but it's also more likely to get him eaten by a tiger, you know? So, natural selection and sexual selection can be in opposition to one another. They're not the same thing. And Indian Madhurajas would pay huge sums for albino peacocks. Interesting, Will 62. That makes sense. And Crimson Carnivores, is that true? Are you making this up, or is that actually a thing in Indian cartoons? That's really funny. Anyway. But yeah. Anywho, let's continue on. We've got less than half an hour now. Crimson Carnotaurus has got this. Oh, I think I saw this on Twitter this morning. Oh boy, that's a long. It's on TikTok. Hang on, maybe I can find the same thing on YouTube. There we go. That's great. Oh, man. Very nice. Leftover pizza there, and they're like, I'll have some of that. Presumably Australia, yes, Claire, I think so. Unless they're invasive elsewhere, but that foliage looks like it very well might be Australia. Especially that, all the eucalyptus up there on the hills reminds me of the hills here in the East Bay. Yeah. But yeah, I love how this just tells a story in one shot, one pan and zoom. That's cinema right there. Good stuff. Nicely done, Crimson Carnotaurus. Thanks for posting. Probably Queensland says Crimson Carnotaurus. That makes sense. And Sloppy Salamander says, back in September, I was accosted by a gray catbird on the trail. It followed me for quite a while, shouting the whole time. I don't know what I did to upset it so much. A catbird right there. Lovely photos. Just being territorial, or maybe it's seeking some sort of a kinship with you. It's coming at you, Salamander. That's really funny. Oh, boy. They love to harass everything. I did not know that, Hibiscus. Interesting. Huh. Yeah. And hey, Heptacular Raptor, welcome. It is the best day of the week, isn't it? Happy Thursday, Birds Day to you. Good stuff. That's really funny, Salamander. And that reminds me of a... Shoot. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it, but there is a funny image that I saw about this. Referencing catbirds. I don't have it. Shoot. It wouldn't be funny to describe it, so we're just going to continue on. But very nice, Salamander. That's super cool. I love a close encounter of the bird kind. Thanks for posting. There. Oh, and we're down to our last one. Holy cow. From Zevin. I saw the pic of a peacock earlier. It reminded me of this clip I took on another channel. Well, what is this?
I think we're all waiting for it to bloom again. To spread out. It's beautiful.
Oh, very cool.
Look at it's like paparazzi behind this thing. It's like a celebrity in Hollywood. It's like Taylor Swift right now. Can't go anywhere without having cameras.
Swifts are a different kind of bird. I don't think they're related to fowl like peacocks. Wow.
That's cool. That's cool.
It really is gorgeous. That's just breathtaking.
I don't know what that
What an
means.
incredible bird. Nuts. Like, what an extremely elaborate display structure. My goodness.
It's turning around. It's like purposely trying to avoid me. Do you not want to be on Twitch?
Oh, that's awesome. And there's you, Zevin, to show off.
Waiting for it to bloom again.
This is brilliant. Thank you for posting, Zevin. I liked it a lot. Good stuff. And with that, well, shoot, we did it. And I've even got some time to spare. Excellent. Well. Before we get a big raid or something like that, or go down any other rabbit holes, I've probably got to wrap up today's stream because, again, I've got to make it to this virtual talk on, well, discussing dinosaur diversity. Yeah, James Napoli, researcher from somewhere on the East Coast. He's given a talk about this. Might be from Yale. But that starts in a little bit. And yeah, do that. We will not be doing a stream tomorrow. Again, because we are taking Fridays off for the foreseeable future. But I've got some important science stuff going on tomorrow, so that time will definitely not be wasted, believe you me. And with any luck, based on a meeting that I have tomorrow, I might be able to share some exciting upcoming projects. I gotta ask for permission to be able to share some things that have thus far been under wraps. Yeah, Monday we'll continue our viewer survey stuff. Again, if anybody's not yet heard about that, check this out. Tuesday's all about bats. Celebrating the biology and evolutionary history of the only flying mammals. Thursday is International Sawfish Day, and then Thursday Birds Day as well, I think. But Sawfish Day is always fun. Holy cow. Gonna be talking about these critters. Critter that would grow a rostrum like this, a sawfish. They are such incredible animals. And they are in desperate need of our help, too. So we'll be talking all about them. They are such neat critters, and you will have a much enhanced appreciation for them and their plight after International Sawfish Day, I guarantee it. We've also got a new big Carcharodontosaur that we might talk about on Monday if we have time, and some other stuff like that. But, yeah. With that said, let's go ahead and wrap up today's stream. Here's an Archaeopteryx to run our credits over. And, yeah. Don't go away. We're going to try and raid into somebody else doing some science here on Twitch. Let's see who we've got. Thank you to everybody whose names are about to scroll up in our credits here. Thank you, everybody being named here. Let's see. Let's go say hello to California Burbs, shall we? In honor of Thursday Birds Day.
Tommy Plodicus gifted a tier.
Thank you, Tommy Plodicus. There we go. Tommy Plodicus, thank you for that. I appreciate you. Thank you to everybody who's contributed, not just financially. Well, that's what keeps us going here. That's how I can do this 4 days a week here on Twitch. How I can support myself, feed myself as a scientist, it's due to your financial support, so thank you for that. Moderators, thank you for keeping this a safe and welcoming community for everybody, of all ages. Appreciate you, mods, more than you know. Thank you, new followers and raiders, cheerers and gifters and question askers, and look at those birds at California. Holy cow. We're going to go raid in California Burbs. I will see all of you next week. You all have a wonderful weekend. Take care of yourselves and each other. And I'll see you soon. On Monday. Until then, bye-bye, everybody. Take care.